Good morning. I know I'm early. The market must be crashing. Worse yet, I woke up at like 6 a.m. today. So it's really in trouble. It's, yeah, believe it or not, still fucking bullish on Revlon. Ooh, WeBull had a nice recovery in pre-market. GME doing? GME got a massive liquidity grab this morning. Like one, almost two standard deviations bigger than the average. That's crazy. Uh, IJH. Yeah, quite large. Much bigger than yesterday's. Much bigger than every day since. It's even bigger than the 7th. Which is interesting because we ran really hard on the 7th too. Actually, the 7th is a little. No, it's smaller. Huh. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Caught up on the charts. Well, they grab liquidity for a bunch of reasons, mostly to short. Before things get going, I hope you have a great day, and I love learning all the things you have to share. Thank you so much, Baby Well Nuke. Hope you're enjoying your morning coffee. P.S. I roast my own beans and could send you a bag if you want. I would have set up a P.O. box a long time ago, except I was afraid Blanderson Snooper would send me anthrax. It was a valid fear. Friendly reminder, Michigan data in 40-ish minutes. Yeah, it's forecasted to be slightly bullish. But with sales up, we may see even better performance out of it, which could be interesting for the rest of today, given where we are, especially on SPX. Thoughts on SPX breaking its reversal trend? What do you mean? Here? Are you talking about like the pre-market bounce? Or over time? I roast my own anthrax. I can send you some if you like. Oh, thanks, DVS. Options chain for SPX SPY shows a ton of puts and max pain at 405. Do you think we'll end close to 400-ish? Okay, max pain is an irrelevant metric. The market maker just hedges to whatever it is, right? Um, I don't know if we'll rise that much. That would probably require bullish data and put selling, like put profit taking in the earlier part of the day, which is only going to happen if, put buyers feel like their profits are at risk. Zakure, welcome back. You are validated. You are important. Thoughts on SPX risk range today? This is quite a PM drop. And additionally, there's quite a bit of range to the downside still to 3,800. After 3,800, the put side gets kind of weak, and I would expect a lot of like profit taking from the 3,850 and for like 49 or 3,900 range. So probably pretty safe at 3,800 for the long side, provided the economic data doesn't come in super shitty. You is smart. Thank you. Sometimes. Can we get full bull in honor of Zakir's return? Pretty please, Pickleman. Only a few requests it. I'm not gonna do like a secondary request for playing full bull for Zakir. But if he wants it, he can have it. It's very early in the morning for full bull. Yeah, no second party song requests or requests by proxy. I have $17 and 0 risk management. What to do? I'm sure you'll figure it out. Do you have 0 risk management because you only have $17? Also, don't you get your allowance today? Not yet. The spy must die. Will die more. Okay, fair. What percent gain prior to OPEX would you risk off? That's a good question. My options are up a bunch. They were yesterday. They won't be this morning. Probably none. Yeah. I'm pretty okay with the risk I'm taking and the decay and the possible loss into next week if nothing happens. And we'll probably add to that risk. Obviously manage your own because it's different. Give me 1 second. Okay. Quad witching into Halloween. Halloween's next month. Are we really starting to see the beginning of the greatest crash we'll ever see? Probably. Palantir ad below the chat today. Shill much? No? What the fuck could Palantir possibly be advertising the general public? It's your fault for typing Palantir in the chat. You've become their target demographic. Ding ding. So I have a large portfolio, suck at risk management, only up like 419% for the year. Any tips on how to fleece retail? I heard front running streamers trades goes pretty well. Nice. Thanks, Kenny G. I loved your last album, by the way. Gamma Max was a full $5 lower yesterday. No, Gamma Max isn't very significant unless we are running. Otherwise, we don't really care about it, right? If we start running, then Gamma Max matters. I will. I will gobble gobble. Happy Thanksgiving to you too, Mass Spectrometer. Dick. Oh, here we are today on the eve of OPEX. It's been a long road and even a longer journey. Here's to all of this being over in one day. Rebecca to like $100, Jimmy to $1 billion, Fubert going to somewhere. It's been awesome, and thanks for everything. Thank you so much, Girk Spillmayo guy, retired Dan. Cheers. We might see a bounce at the end of the day with put selling and closing. Palantir Investor Relations. Thanks for your support, chat. We here at Palantir hope to amaze you with our amazing products. We and our friends over at Rocket Mortgage wish everyone at Pi-Fi a wonderful weekend. Thank you so much, Palantir Investor Relations. Blurry Gurk. Oh, I'm blurry. Now I'm not. I just got some Vaseline on my camera. It's been a while since you've eaten me. Is it something I did? Tell me, Almighty Gurk. That's not the way that works. Gurk's ice cream sandwich. Thank you for always reading everybody's full screen name instead of truncating. It's my favorite thing. No problem, Slappy Pappy America. Should have sold $28 cover calls this week. Why? So you could be on edge? Oh my god, Bipolar Bear is fucking Moonwen. Is this Lord of the Stonks, Return of the Jug? The market had too much liquidity. I'm trying to fix that. That explains the psychosis? Yeah. I handled that in the most Moonrun response I had. Unlike the other ice cream sandwich, I don't wish to be eaten and only wish to be of service to you, fetching you Sammys when you desire them. I'm not gonna lie, that's not as much fun. Ice cream sandwich. Which one of you know he's the original, right? You're I'm not gonna deal with it. I'll just take the fun out of it for both of you. You're both equal. Neither one of you favored more than the other by me. How you feeling on GME OPEX? I don't want to jinx it, but it's looking good this time. Yeah. Of course, every time I say that, usually end up like Charlie Brown with the football. Don't worry, if it's gonna happen, you're not gonna be the one to jinx it, Nesquick. Yeah, again, Tim VGP. I could care less what Lenixis says. You know what Lenixis was last time? Wrong. And wrong the time before that. And the time before that. And the time before that. And then he was right one day in May, but initially wrong about the OPEX in May. And that's all. It goes back further, but none of those were right either. Oh, and then he was wrong about Bobby as well. That was fun. Did you have any fun with minis last night? A little bit. Are my 2550 cc's safe for today? Or should I DM you tonight crying? Probably crying later. I don't know if it's just me, but IBKR is giving me issues. What kind of issues? It's true, we are both equal. Danwich lives matter. Thanks, Gurk's Ice Cream Danwich. You do matter. But so does the other Danwich. You think we could see 3080 today? Or 380 today before Michigan data comes out, I assume. That's possible. Comes out in what, 22 minutes? Seem to be kind of stable. If GME is still a highly volatile stock, can you come up with a case for why in the world volatility players would walk away from the stock? Risk. Risk is the only reason they would walk away, right? The split, that presents risk. I'd walk away from that. Especially if I knew about it 30 days in advance. FTX 180p up 260,000%. Some lucky insider cucks made out nicely. That's usually how it works. Spy gonna go for that gap? I have no idea. Probably not. I think it probably doesn't drive up without the Michigan consumer print. How much does volatility move on the SPY? Not a lot. Not like meme stocks, but more than blue chips. And in a bear market, it moves a little bit more than it does in a bull market. I will forever stand in solidarity with my fellow Danwich Dans. Theoretically, if Ice Cream Dan's talked about a union, how would you respond? I'd get my own fucking ice cream sandwiches. Still bullish on cheddar rockets. They're nice. I'm started doing a volatile, exciting. Usually. Oh, that reminds me. I need to buy back my Revlon calls. Close. Close an order entry. Ugh. Jesus Christ, it's hard to get my name read out. My name is Gherkin. I'm not reading that. Smoking ribs today. 321 Applewood. Tray of applesauce, apple vinegar. 225. Smoking for the first 3. Wrapping, then no smoke for 2 hours. Maybe smoke off the last hour. Interesting. You could vent. So, Carl, if you want, smoke all 6 hours, but vent it. Just say it's something to try. Jimmy gonna squart? It has some squarting potential. $985 people are dirty little poopy heads. What did they do, Fluffy? Did they not like the stream? How could they? It's so easy and such a great way to show support. uh, do you have any relationships and networks with the mafia? Not that I'm aware of. When are you going to hook up that additional monitor that you want to use but have been procrastinating to set up? Someday. You know what I don't like about it? That monitor is 1080p. And that's gross. Is my membership that I didn't even pay for not enough support? Jesus, so high maintenance. Listen, if you want to date the prettiest girl in the bar, you should expect to pay a little more for dinner. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, but then my chat will either be up here or over here, which doesn't give me a great camera presence, right? You said you made over $1 million last quarter. Just buy a better one. See, I don't buy things. My biggest expense in the last like 4 months, I think, was this chair, and I hate it and refuse to replace it. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do, is mount it for a chat window. But I already have a place for the chat window, and it works. Poor Gurks, no charts, and illegible time and sales. I pay a significant amount for dinner, and I'm out here selling CCs and messing with your guys' wives. Extra payment is worth it. Thanks, BMG. Do you have any laxatives you can recommend? I want to experience one of these squirts for myself. Um, I prefer to capture squirts with weeklies if possible. Your purchase of restaurant equipment indicates that was a lie. That was not recently. I bought all of the restaurant equipment during like peak pandemic, so like March of 21, when all the over leveraged businesses were going under, like small businesses. I went and harvested their equipment on the cheap, like a prime lender. Earlier this year, we talked about entropic hedges a lot. Any indication there is one in place now? There is some far out of the money put OI. That could just be like big iron condors. It could also be an entropy hedge. I think since the split, it's really noisy and hard to kind of determine the K value of the hedge on GME. So we haven't really done it again. But you know, if they did it once, they're likely to do it again. It's the best way to protect them from upside if they're short volatility. So I don't see them not using them. It's just harder to track them now. Do you just live like a poor? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I just reinvest everything because that's how you get wealthy. It's like spend as little money as feasibly possible and invest the rest. Comments on FTD data, not really a very relevant time period. Um, so some of it was nice. I mean, GME had a couple higher fail dates. Fubo had a few. Um, Revlon had a couple days where about 10% of the float failed. But shouldn't be a lot during that period, right? There was no OPEX. There wasn't any like crazy price action. The only crazy price action we saw was on Jamie on the 8th and the rest of the basket on the 16th. And all of that was ETF FTD clearing and possibly like the clearing of some other like smaller obligations because of BBBY running and putting pressure on them. But I don't think any of that generated a huge amount of FTDs. Maybe the 16th had like a little spike, but I don't think any of it was like crazy. We need like an OPEX run, right, to generate FTDs. It's the driving of liquidity into an illiquid asset that generates another cycle of FTDs. Because that liquidity has to come from somewhere. Can you update on Rev? If actually wrote like a thing this morning, Maeve, if you want to check like my Reddit comment history, or if you just go in the Rev channel and look at the pins, I wrote up like a thing in response to some dick face on Reddit. SPX looking bullish or bearish so far this morning? It actually looks pretty decent. It's holding the 3850 level, which is important. Obviously, the Michigan data, which comes out now in 9 minutes, will have the most effect. I could probably straddle this. I have long side. Maybe I should buy like a couple more. Because I still have my straddle from last night at like 30.90. Ooh. Did your Amazon get assigned down to 121? Getting risky that you won't get assigned. I could technically roll it, right? Because I sold them in the money. But I don't want to. Like I think the $20 per share profit I captured plus the 110 a share is fine. But I may like before end of day roll them up to like just out of the money or just in the money rather. So I can get assigned at a higher price. So like if Amazon moves towards the end of the day at like 122 or something, I'll just roll them up to like 120. I buy shoes, but I add that to my net worth because of the resale value. Am I a genius now? I don't know. Do shoes have a lot of resale? What are you not wearing them? I'm not doing that, Sage. I'm sorry if you die tomorrow. What are you gonna do with all your money invested? I have someone that I would leave it to. Yeah, there's more arbitrage on the SPY today than usual. Ooh. Hey, Jimmy's moving up. Get any more fills on the Rev 35s? It looks like I got one this morning at 0.95. You know, there's something I will say is that IBKR is not very good at filling limit orders on options. Like getting you the fill ahead of other people. Revlon dying? No. Up 180% on SQQQ, zero DTEs. Congratulations, man. I assume you straddled overnight. Good job. For gap theory, what's the retracement amount? Is it back to spot or like 5% away from it? Like when the gap is filled? Or how low from where the gap is created? Gap theory is bullshit. You know that, right? It's a little more valid. Okay. It's a little more valid on indices, but even there. And only like upside gaps are super valid on indices. Downside gaps are kind of irrelevant. Where's the Michigan data? They're shorting into it. That's got to be bullish, right? What do you think of MCD? Hmm. That's a good question. I don't, they're more of like a real estate company than they are like a restaurant. Um, I don't know how they'll fare. I'd have to look at their historical, like their historical performance through recessions. No, they're not running. They're fucking not even running the stock. It's up 40 cents. Relax. Weeklies are bad. Okay. Thinking roll to 11, 18, 5cc. Not smart. I mean, you probably just won't get a. That's really far out. Yeah, I don't know. That seems. I wouldn't want that much lockup. Like, I would if you're that close, just buy it back, right? If you have a buy right and you're getting, like, if you're doing a buy right and you're getting assigned at, you know, the price you sold your initial call at, that's profitable. I don't understand why you'd. Is my $28 cover call safe? I don't know. Probably not. Hey, Michigan data's out. Ooh. It beat the forecast. Came in at 5.95. Fun. $1.3 over the previous and beat the forecast by 0.9. So consumer sentiment up. Are live options on IBKR worth it? Abso-fucking-lutely. Just do another buy right next Monday. That's what I needed. Thanks. No problem. I think there's something wrong with my screen. Everything is green, but it's usually red. Is this okay? It's okay to feel a certain way about it. Thoughts on Docu for OPEX play with its current low levels? So Docu's showing some signs of volatility shorting. Let me look at it right now because I haven't taken a peek at it for a couple days. See how it's kind of set up. I worry about its like earnings run, but they shorted down really fucking hard into OPEX. So yeah, it looks pretty fucking good actually. How's IV on it though? Is IV still crazy high? Ah, that's not bad. October 21's just out of the money, like 265s, 61% for 0.3 delta. That's not terrible. 67, 50s, 70s. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the worst. It's got a nice setup. Let me check like gamma on it. Try to take a look at the view. Internalizations or utilization's kind of high. That's a good sign. It's trading just over its gamma flip with a massive amount of call volume at 60, but not a lot after that. Net gamma all expirations. Okay, so 60 is kind of the ceiling right now. A lot of $60 puts selling off today. If it breaks 60, it's got some decent room to run. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't dislike it. I can't say too much bad about it at least. Yeah, market makers like gamma exposure is negative, a moderate amount. It's decreasing. They hit it pretty hard yesterday, I guess. Looks good. So good news in that case, short SPY, right? I know nothing anymore. Looks like it's rallying. I'm just gonna move my calls up with the rising price. That was a good call purchase. Check DMs when you get a second. What do you got, man? I took profits on the bulk of my SPX short position yesterday near the bottom. Sam, still think we'll head down in the coming months. So I have Jan 3500s. Do you think the next week will go? Would it be worth it for me to enter any other position today, do you think? I don't know if next week we're gonna crash. I think if the Fed just does 0.75, it's mostly priced in. Like, I'll say this again, and I kind of went over it yesterday and the day before, but I really do think like FDX this morning, that's really the start of something bigger, right? We're gonna continue to see these like big mega cap and large cap corporations pulling back their earnings expectations over the coming quarters. And that is going to prompt larger equity owners like banks to start selling their stakes. And when that happens, then we can get a crash. But it's still early. So January might be enough time. You may have to roll come November after like the big like Q3 earnings weeks. Stakes. Excuse you. Like Apple, Amazon. When's Apple earnings next? November 3rd. So if we don't start to see margins collapsing by like all the big tech earnings, then you'd want to roll out so you can capture quarter four. As far as like local rallies go, I mean they're a great opportunity. If we move above like 410, that's a very good opportunity to get out and reposition or average down. How are M and Upstart looking? I mean they're not really plays for this week, but they look fine. Uh, Upstart's a little shitty. Add this to my list. M can go lower. Not much. Let's see. Yeah, M's GN is like around 1450, so it could fall slightly, or well, I guess quite a bit more. It seems to be fairly stable on this resistance though at like 1650. It's a long-term resistance. Gamma Max is continuing to climb. I mean, it looks good. We'll see what happens. It's just Another OPEC stock, right? It's just really cheap, and Ivy on it's crazy low. So if Ivy spikes, you know, there's a big advantage to having like slightly out of the money calls. Like I think if we look at like option strat, right? Like hold on. Or at least give you guys an idea of what like I was looking at. So we'll go to October 21. This is GME 20C, and we look at an increase in implied volatility of like 30%, and a move to test 20. And these contracts can hit like 5x their current value. Like going into next week. Just on a test of 20. It doesn't even have to break. It could though, provided there's sufficient call volume. Gamma max is high enough that it could definitely break 20. SPY volatile as fuck. Moving up. October 21s on Macy's are dirt cheap. Yeah, they are. So if I'm down 80%, I could break even, or you could average down. Never buy all your options at once, right? When Jan Strike, are you playing for GME OPEX volatility? I'm not. I have no January calls for GME. You could, if you want to, you can play those. I don't know how good they are right now. Also, if you're, hold on, what contract do you price do you have on M? Like that fucking contract hasn't been more than. Wait, I'm gonna call bullshit on this real quick. For the last 3 days, the peak of that contract was 52 cents. If the contract can hit 180, how are you fucking break even? That would still be 3x your initial buy-in. Would you buy them at the peak? Even then, that's 2x your initial buy-in. So just average down. They're 20 fucking cents right now. Even if you bought at the peak, you could still 2x them. They don't have CFDs in the US. I mean, I kind of understand them, but they're not something I use. You know, even if you're in Europe, you can trade American options through like IBKR instead of using shitty leverage products like CFDs where you just get robbed by the seller or your broker. Why isn't Rev dead? I covered that this morning in a lengthy speech. Girk, you're a pocket of fresh air after a night of grinding in a glory hole. Kendra, when MOASS happens, truck stops all over America will miss you. Did I miss the Rev speech? Probably. Here, I'll just put it on the screen for like 5 minutes so I don't have to answer questions about it. Can you guys see that? I'll make it bigger. 1 second. Kirk finally tired of explaining? Never. If chat could read, they'd be very upset. Were you holding your breath the whole time? No, I just had to like pull like 150-pound package inside my house. What was that? The daily DD? No, it was just a comment I wrote earlier about Revlon, so I don't have to talk about it all day. Pull 150-pound package code for lady friend came over. No, 150 pounds would be well above my risk limit. That's on 0 DTE spy calls today. You could if you want to. You've been slacking on your rowing as of late, and it really shows. I have not. I rowed yesterday. I just wanted to give a shout out. Thanks again for getting me into FUBU jeans. I never thought denim could be so profitable. Thanks, Girk. No problem, man. So is the Michigan data a big nothing burger, or was that what may have stopped the downward momentum? That is what stopped the downward momentum. See, 10 o'clock. Did you close your V calls or average down? Which ones? I had some earlier in the week that got stopped out, and then I bought some yesterday at like 196 for 200, but they're for like a couple months out. Straddling IWM, same as straddling the SPY, but for pores. They don't perform the same. I'd be careful with that. Can I rent your new home to start an OnlyFans compound? That's what I'm doing with it. Sale order on O triggered, buying back in? Probably not for a little while. That also means that I've sold my O out from under like 100 naked calls, but I'm okay with that. You closed the Rev covered calls? Yeah, they were like down to like 2 cents, 2 or 3 cents, I think, this morning. I absolutely love the setup for GME for OPEX. Me too. We had an agreement that your Long Island home would be an only Dan's compound. Yeah, but we did some testing and we found that people don't like Dan's. Regardless of how busy you guys are, nobody is yet willing to admit in public any kind of support for you or your lifestyle. And so I don't think it's strategically possible for me to profit from running an only Dan's compound. Would you mind going over the spy chart and TA of it for today? Sorry if my terms are wrong. Um, no? Yeah, I'll show it to you guys. Fuck it. Nope, trading view's not working again. The best. God, I hate this fucking program. Yeah. What an unbelievable piece of shit. So SPY actually fell below its long-term trend here. There's a lower one that I don't have graphed out. Um, the next strong resistance is here at like 380 to the downside. But the current bounce back looks like it may hold 385. If it does, it may move up to like the 392 range is possible by end of day. It's just really risky at this point because it'll depend heavily on puts profit, like put positions profit taking into the end of the day versus cash settling at the end of the day. And since both of those are likely outcomes, I'd be really careful trying to play the up or downside without any kind of hedge. It's not fair that Dans are bad for optics. We need a Dan civil rights movement. Hashtag Dan Pride. Oh God. So onward and upward, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, like the news this morning adds a little potential to the bull side, but it's still just the Michigan like consumer sentiment. It's not that big of a deal. We're waiting for Rev to build FTDs in this time period, which we can reposition to wait for the next news or catalyst, aka buy low, sell high later. Yes, OPEX would be the next possible event where we would see Revlon building FTDs. As you can see, volatility on Revlon yesterday and today is starting to pick up and things are happening. It is likely that we will have another high. So, you have an FTD creation period. Let me try to visualize this for you. You have an FTD. Oh, gross. You have an FTD creation period, right? Like OPEX. And then to clear those FTDs, because these stocks are illiquid, They need to find synthetic liquidity. They generate synthetic liquidity. This allows them to clear FTDs. Except using synthetic liquidity creates obligations that create OPEX events. So you have to clear the synthetic liquidity, which is another OPEX, which generates more FTDs, which then have to be cleared with synthetic liquidity. Now, this happens on all stocks across the market, but on some of them, the amount of FTDs created are greater than the number or amount of synthetic liquidity available. And when that happens, you get a very high fail to volume ratio. Stocks that have very high fail to volume ratios consistently are likely to have to create larger and larger OPEX periods because it takes more and more liquidity to get rid of the synthetic liquidity that they've had to create. The further and further they compound, eventually you're ending up with like a situation where for every FTD you clear, you are now creating 2 more FTDs. And that's what causes a squeeze. That's how GME squeezed. That's how Revlon could squeeze. I don't really know any other stocks right now that have that same potential, but there's a few. Obviously, if there's no interest and no pressure over time, they can reduce that position and get it to a point where it's manageable again. But if there is pressure and there is interest working against them, they have to keep blowing up the price of the stock in order to generate liquidity. Like on GME. GME interest remains high. OPEXs are more and more likely. The less interest there is in the options chain and in share buying, the less likely an OPEX is, right? And then, this is something we've been discussing since November. It's really retail's choice on a lot of these stocks, whether or not they blow up. BBBY is a great example. I did see Ape FTDs. They are insane. They're just not that insane for the size of the float, right? Could you describe synthetic liquidity? ETFs, and now with Revlon bringing something kind of new to light, possibly swapped forward contracts, used to generate liquidity in the underlying in order to provide liquidity to hedge and short. Are there specific dates for supplemental liquidity OPEX? Yes, but I think that there is some variation in that. Generally OPEX, because that's when forward contracts expire, right? You can only write them out so far, and they're written out to the monthly expiration. The issue with forwards and single stock futures is that there's no way to track them because the exchange that they traded on was eliminated. So they now trade OTC, and are essentially untraceable. How can you have limited synthetic liquidity? Well, in the case of ETFs, there's only so much you can generate before you need to clear it out, right? ETFs have a limited amount of shares available per day for creation. In the case of single stock futures, it's potentially unlimited. It's limited by the amount of capital you have. Was moving from OTC to NYSE bullish? Usually, yeah. Uplistings of stocks from the pink sheets have a bullish effect, but it's usually priced in long before the move actually is made. Best guess on peak chat volume next week? I have no idea. If the Fed does a 100 BPS rate hike next week, do you still see OPEX happening? Yeah, that has nothing to do with OPEX happening. With regard to AMC's HYMC ownership in that gold mine, I don't think they have a gold mine. They have rights to a property that may contain gold. They don't have a functional mine, not at their fucking market cap. Unless they're out there with the CEOs out there fucking panning for gold himself. I thought ETFs could have infinite liquidity as long as you have enough to cover the creation discretion of the ETF basket. They have infinite liquidity, but they only have so much per day. And so if volume is very high on a day, they quickly run out of ETF liquidity, right? They can do it all over again the next day, but in one day, it is limited. I didn't say crime at all, Yoons. We've mentioned a few times indicators of a strong OPEX run like gamma hedge. Could you repeat for a poor schmuck? Key indicators: rising borrow rate into the OPEX expiration period, um, a negative delta and net negative gamma hedge on the underlying stock, um, significant put volume in order to facilitate that net negative gamma hedge, um, rising out of the money put volume in ETFs that contain the underlying stock that or the stock that you're looking at. What else? High short interest above 10%. Low liquidity environment or wide bid ask spread on the NBBO. That's about it. Those are good ones. No problem, man. Does M look better than GME for OPEX? Not really. I've been trying to explain to my brother how buying and selling options moves a stock through hedging for over a year, but he still doesn't get it. How have you not gone crazy streaming? I don't know. I don't. I guess I don't really care who gets it. It's mostly for the ones that do. If everybody understood it, the stream would be a lot bigger. Thoughts on SPY 350 October 28 puts? Take gains now, or think we have more of a downturn? October 28th puts. Oh, I mean, you could wait out the Fed meeting and see what comes of it, but you know, this could be the low for the period. Probably something to pay attention to at least. Man, you're far out of the money. If my parents actually go through with this divorce, do you still see OPEX happening? Yeah, I don't think OPEX is reliant on your parents' marital status. I've heard you talk about reading options as a strategic investment. Where can I go to learn more about market structure, similar to what you just talked about? SRO documentation. There's financial engineering, um, which goes into some of the market plumbing, but everything you need to know is going to be in like uh, well, you need an understanding of SRO rules and regulations, and then how to find loopholes in those rules and regulations, Jenna. And then look for evidence of those loopholes being exploited. Sorry if you already said. You expect any movement from Rev during OPEX? Possibly, yeah. Isn't that the explanation of a typical teacher? Not everyone's going to get it, but teach as much as you can to those that do. Yep. I understand nothing, but I keep showing up with the hope it osmosis joneses its way into my brain. Fuck you, popcorn trader. Thanks for your lessons, bro. How do you feel about people who are thinking about going long on GME? I guess that would depend on the time horizon. If you were going long, you know, on stock, like a buy and hold, um, it's not a bad price. It could be cheaper. Um, if you're going like long options for a short period of time, then this is historically an ideal time to attempt it. I just so you know, Paris, cream is, I believe, being sarcastic. Has there been a wombo combo like this? Yeah. March. Thoughts on 3250 VIX calls for Jan 2023? 3250C VIX calls for Jan 2023. Delta on them was like 0.48. How's the pricing on them though? I'd wait for a rally in the market before buying. Like, this is the time where you're selling VIX calls, not buying them. But Jan 23 AM expiration. 3250. Not bad. Yeah, decent delta. 47 4723. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with those. I'd wait though. You might be able to get them cheaper. They're a lot cheaper if the VIX is at like 25. Oh crap. What was this? I don't even remember. Revlon? Sure. Due to looking up your Hobart slicer, I'm now getting targeted ads for meat slicers. Bullish. I mean, you you don't have to just use them for slicing meat. You can use them for slicing all kinds of shit. Eggplant, meat, cheeses. Shaken Lakin, that's insane. Did March run start in pre-market or rip out of the gate? Um, there was a lot of pressure built up on the March run. It's kind of hard to say. It didn't rip out of the gate. Let's see if I can kind of tell here on the 1 hour. So it's like on the morning, well, yeah, on the morning of the 18th, it started moving up. It moved up pretty hard on the 18th. Then in pre-market, it came down, and it kind of moved up hard again on the 21st. But like capped upside, like it was just pushing up, but the range wasn't super significant, right? Then on the 22nd, it rocketed. Like the 22nd was the first really, really big day, like volumetric day of covering. Would you ever do a small account challenge? 5K to 0 in 30 days? Maybe. It kind of sounds fun. Pretty easy, too. Slicing cake? I feel you might have to like freeze the cake first. How big's this deli slicer? It's not huge, but it's commercial. How much did it cost? It was like 250 bucks. And it was brand new. And I think new they're like $1,800. So I was stoked to get it. Yeah, T+2. I can do 5K to 0 in 1 day. But what if you win? Like what if you make like what if you're like, okay, I'm gonna buy 3 DTE SPX calls, and then the market moves up 300 basis points, and you thought it was gonna drop. Then imagine that you just like you start an account trying to lose $5,000, and you just hit on like 6 plays in a row. Yeah, you would lose the contest, I guess. I didn't short the restaurants. Did we confirm that you're in the Netflix GME show? I don't think so. I've watched my 0 DTE spy calls go from negative 300 to up 1K. Nice. No, but you can make like your own roast beef or your own pastrami, which is cool. You can make your own ham if ham's a thing you eat on sandwiches. I can buy like whole like soprasadas or salamis. I don't really eat a lot of that stuff though. So usually when I buy them they just go bad and I throw them out. But they're there if I want to use them. And like it's cool for cutting cheese and it makes it a lot faster to make eggplant parmesan, which if you didn't know is by far my favorite food on the planet. After Spain, I can't eat that many cured meats. The nitrates were giving me the poops. I see. Well, they have like salt cured ones, like naturally cured. No, I still have a BTU position. I haven't sold it. I don't need to start building it. I'm up. I saw on Wall Street Bets GME will hit 50 today. They were wrong. Conservative GME price target for OPEX right now, like 41, 42. Provided we get an OPEX, like an actual OPEX run. That's the first step. First, we need the volume. Isn't earlier we got out at 27? No problem. Yeah, I mean I'm probably holding my BTU position for a while. Maybe my original position, but I closed that out at like 33 and then bought back in at like I think it was like 1820. And I've been in ever since. Sub $20 is a really good entry price, I think. What's your hypothesis on how the Fed meeting plays out next week? Do you reckon they'll hike the rates up or keep it at 0.75? With the pullback in the market recently, I wouldn't be surprised if we see 0.75. Again, don't forget, 0.75 is still very high, and a shift from a neutral rate to an aggressive rate. Yeah, I have some leaps at $20. 2024 though. Do you see any potential for Beyond Meat? What did it drop to? I know it went down really hard. Ugh. Jesus. I got fucking hammered. Remember when everyone was buying it at like 33? I hope they got out. I don't know. It kind of still looks like garbage. You think their next earnings are going to be better somehow? Thank you to you and the Pickle Quads that make this stream possible. I've been learning a lot. Thank you so much by way of Sanchin. Appreciate it, man. Do you think SPY will go up next week with OPEX? SPY might go up next week just because of all the put positions closing off today. So yeah, in a way. SPY is same like meme stock. For Jimmy, what put strategy do you play near the peak of an OPEX run? So puts actually kind of suck at the top of an OPEX run. They're not the best. IV's really high. And generally GME's price doesn't drop rapidly. So at the money, if you want to play them, you have to play at the money and very far dated. So you have to get out beyond the spiked volatility as much as you feasibly can. And then you want to be at the money because the price drop is so slow. Samuel Berg, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can we stop watching Rev? It looks broken even on HK candles. It freaks me out. But I like it. What do we want to watch instead? We can watch Am. Am's looking kind of good today. It's a little spicy, doing some stuff. Hmm. Interesting. Hold on one second. Can we take a look at the next support for cat? No? That's like at support at 178. You mean what is the next support? You know, you should find that out yourself. Good morning, Girk. Follow up on that put question. Answer is that is why selling CCs is so desirable at the top of an OPEX run. Sell into high IV, let it crash, let Jimmy deflate, close out, take profits or at whatever your PT is. Yeah, exactly. You want to be a volatility seller, not a volatility buyer. Don't get me wrong, you can make a lot of money on puts, but it's better to buy puts later actually in the cycle, after volatility crushes out. Today is my birthday. I never asked for anything. That's not true. So how about a little Vuppy song just because I'm special? Your definition of special may vary. All right. Happy birthday.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
Halitosis Harry, welcome to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, man. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Your timing is impeccable, that is all. I know. Hey Gerg, up to speed on the market. Can you sum up your thoughts on GME OPEX next week? Spicy due to all of the recent shorting. Run to 40? It looks good. I'm kind of putting money on that. Yeah. 40 possible right now. It looks strong. I think we have a nice potential for like a gamma flip on the market maker side and a delta flip. I think a lot of puts are getting shed off on Friday, and then I think there's going to be some obligation covering possibly. So it looks strong for a move to the upside. My birthday was months ago. You ignored it entirely. Whatever. I don't care about birthdays. Happy fucking birthday, JC. And I didn't ignore it. I put Guybrush on the screen for you. You're a liar. Greg, I'm not an idiot, but how the fuck did you nail that bottom? Educate me, my man. Better yet, I nailed the top, too. Easy $300, right? I had to buy dinner tonight, so... I've got a date. It's gonna be costly. Her Tinder profile said live, laugh, love. And 3 of the photos contained designer handbags, so... You know how it is. Tell her about OPEX. No wedding bells. This seems out of character. Really? I spent a lot of time trolling on Tinder. You lining up your beard and getting a haircut? Nope. What are some indicators you look for institutional accumulation? Why would I tell you that? I'll tell you if institutional accumulation is going on, and then you can look for indicators of it happening. You've got to learn. You have to put some effort into learning. I'm not just going to give you all the tools for free. Or at all. That's not how you learn things. I'll give you a hint. Volume. Look at the volume. Live, laugh, and make sure you wear a glove. Thanks, Sweet and Sour. I thought you don't like people. I don't. No. Hookers are expensive. I'm charming enough that I don't need to. Also, I'm funny, which is huge, right? I just bait them in with my, like, heavily photoshopped Tinder profile. Are you gonna show your YouTube channel? Of course. Tell her about your cult. Yes, that's like second date material, and those don't generally happen. Wait, this is a first date and you're spending like 300? Probably a lot more than that. If you could go back and teach yourself when you first started with what you know now, what would you tell yourself? Assuming you can't say winning lotto numbers or something like that. Damn it. Hmm. I'd probably tell myself that it's way simpler than I think it is. But I'm not sure if that's true. You know, there was a part of me that was a lot like Stefan when I first started, looking up everything, trying to find every strategy, every implementation of that strategy, back testing them and seeing how successful they were. And ultimately, none of that shit mattered, but I wonder if I would be as good at trading if I hadn't done that. So maybe it did matter. And it just seems like it was irrelevant now because I don't need it anymore. This is too deep for me. I'm gonna. No. Are you gonna teach your PMCCs? Maybe. Can you clarify the OPEX window for GME you're most excited about? It's literally on the fucking screen. I don't expect it to be Monday. It could start on Monday. First question she asks is, what's your credit score? What do you do? Show her? Kirk's Tinder photo is just Persian Giga Chad. Do you use the AD indicator ever? No, not really. Show the clip of you calling the dead selfish. That was funny. I should just put a bunch of links to various clips. Heavily photoshopped Tinder pics, says the exceedingly ruggedly handsome man. Well, they're not like heavily photoshopped to make me look better. They're just ridiculous. Like there's the bussin' one of me in a suit with like the top curls, and there's the one of me holding a duck. I've added Hazy's one of me as like Shrek, where it's just like my head and then my body's gigantic. Um, those are my current 3 profile pics on my Tinder. Usually they're just really into Findom. So I'm like, oh, let me see your portfolio. And then I make fun of it. And that sparks a need for financial advice, which only gratuitous sex can satisfy. I don't know how you guys do it, but it's worked for me so far. You really need a centaur one, probably. The play is to take her to an Italian restaurant, take the first bite of food, and tell her it has no soul. Take it back to your place, make eggplant parm and pound. That's like a 9-hour process. Baba should also experience an OPEX like cycle due to being on ETFs. It's also below the 90 resistance, which it doesn't tend to stay below for a while. I'm pretty sure Baba has entirely missed OPEC cycles in the past. Um, if there's like tons of selling still on HSI and Shenzhen, it's not going to perform that well. Portfolio implications. What if you're actually getting catfished by Lenixis? It wouldn't be the first time. I'm running a 50K race tomorrow. Hot Tub Streams have been great training company. You'll be there at the finish line with me. Awesome. Yesterday, Fubo VWAP was at the $5 support resistance. Does that strengthen or weaken the support resistance? Neither. Fubo's just moving up with the market and then moving down with the market. It's got some option support, so it helps stabilize its upside and a lot of short interest. How do you hedge a $500 date night? Buy booze? Keep it at home. What if it's me catfishing you? It usually is. 9 out of 10 dates I show up to, it's just Carl. Is James Rowland going to go out with her the day after you? And will he be using all your jokes and lines? Yeah, but he's got a smaller penis, so it'll be okay. Where the fuck are you eating? Fridays? It's like $100 to get food and drinks at a McDonald's here, man. Oh, it's because you're in Florida. Pretty sure in Florida you can just buy a pack of Natty Light and bring a bologna sandwich over. That's not funny, Celtic Mako. Thank you, Fluffy. No, I'm not streaming the date. What do you do for a living? I trade stocks. I need to slow down on the water. Thank you for the fake $3. And for telling me you only watch my stream to look at the GME chart, which is a fucking lie. But I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not talking taking a girl to a nice place on the first date. Of course I could spend 500, but why would I on the first date? Nah, take her somewhere cool and vibes, but not ridiculous. See, this sounds like you're building towards a second date. My goal is to not have one of those. Hey there, name redacted. I'm really looking forward to our date tonight. Can you bring JFresh, Bithead, Carl, and the rest of your friends to dinner tonight? No? JFresh and Carl are busy staring at each other while they poop in their respective litter boxes. Will you bring your giant water bottle on the date? Maybe. I think there might be a fundamental misunderstanding here, Jason Bowers. Thanks, Superman. Hey, Gurk, did you know that there are people that do what you do, but instead of teaching about stocks and making money, they play video games? People donate anyway, even though no gains. Baffling. Yeah, I still don't understand that shit. That's a lot of trouble to essentially hire a call girl. It's not hiring. It's all about the seduction, Gen. If you pay for it, you get rid of the game. There's no winning anymore. No one likes pay to win. That's why Blizzard can't maintain revenue. Does your Tinder profile say if you can't handle me when my GME calls are down 90%, you don't deserve me when they 10x? No, but I feel like a lot of divorce proceedings over the last year have said something similar. I'm gonna add that now. The point of not spending a ton of money on the first date is to hedge the possibility that there isn't a second date. I don't need to hedge that. It's a YOLO, BMG. Dates with me are fucking amazing, all right? Maybe one day I'll let you find out. They're full of they're full of big events, bright lights, flashy cars, and exuberance. But they are zero DTE. I don't drive a fucking Honda. Jesus. I said it's a hybrid. I didn't say what kind it was. What's the most you spent on a date in one night? Better question, why isn't your fucking name green, you paper-handed bitch? Huh, Velvet? You losing all your money after you quit your fucking job? If you time him out, he can't respond, Carl. God damn it. I can't untime out. Gurk, be honest, is that bottle actually 600 milliliters and you're really small? Yeah. Back in my single days, mine always ended with an apology and soft crying. Now I save all that energy for my morning calls. Nice. Fucked up on meds today? All good, man. Once the question was dumb, so a dumb answer made sense in my head. You're all good. Fluffy just got you, man. He sniped you really fast. I wasn't expecting that. Fluffy's like the pickle jar assassin. You do not want to get on his bad side. He will fucking take you out. Like, he can't ban me, but sometimes I'm scared he will. Do you think we found a floor here on the spy? Up, and beyond from here. Maybe. The stabilization after the breakout from the descending wedge is bullish for support at this level. So, could be good. It's still a little early in the day. If I bought calls now, I'd be getting them with a little bit of theta. Like, at least a few days of theta. I wouldn't be buying 0 DTs right now, betting on upside, because there could be a lot of chops still. So, be careful with that. Yeah, I've had a convertible before. I had a Honda S2000 once. Oh, that was another car I owned. Man, I've owned a lot of fucking cars. What's the worst date you've been on post-quarantine? I went out with this one girl who kept taking, like, multiple well-lit shots of her food for Instagram. And then she spit on her wine glass to rub her lipstick off of it. Which was disgusting. Like, she didn't spit on the napkin and then wipe it off. Also, I don't know why she cleaned her own lipstick off the wine glass, but I'm not going to get into that. She just spit on the wine glass and then wiped it off. It was a stick. God, who the fuck... Who buys a sports car that's automatic? I mean, unless you don't have a choice. Like a Lamborghini. She might have been from New Jersey. I don't know. Sometimes you get tricked, you know? When she spits in your eye and throws a pizza pie, that's amore. Oh, Jesus. No, I leave the green screen in the freezers in very plain sight. So I have like a bunch of lights, a green screen, a big mat on the floor that my office chair goes on, and 2 gigantic commercial freezers. Believe me, walking, and I usually forget to turn the lights off. Walking into my apartment psychologically has to be disturbing. It's usually followed by me saying something like, I promise it's not that weird. Oh, okay, there we go. Much better, Velvet Jupiter. I got scared there for a second. I wasn't going to send you your monthly foot pictures. If you do that to me again, I'm going to pay for emergency exits divorce lawyer. But not a lot. I'm just going to hire a lawyer slightly better than yours. I try to get good makeup tips. I don't wear makeup though. I should. You guys will know when I start, don't worry. I think I got like 4 years left. I mean, I realize what my apartment looks like to a stranger. And it looks like I live stream the killing of people. And that's really hard to overcome. I'm not gonna like, I don't even know how to make it look more presentable or less ominous. Have you ever been in a gunfight? No? That would imply that, like, me and someone else were shooting at each other? No. I've been shot at, but I grew up in a really bad neighborhood, so it was pretty normal there. You can start by taking the chains down from the ceiling. That's crazy. Don't forget to bring out the meat slicer. It's like, that's for the charcuterie board. I looked up the movie Hannibal, and Gary Oldman character has an assistant named Cordell, and the plot thickens. How did you even get the freezers in your apartment? Someone, like, the movers put them there? Well, the movers actually didn't do much. A dolly? They fit through the door. A big door. It's really easy to get furniture through it. I'm not doing that, Hammer Bro. Maybe hang an oil painting of yourself in traditional Scottish attire. Huh. Have you considered putting up a sign in red that says "Not creepy, I swear"? That way the girl is put at ease. I don't think that would help. That seems like too much preparation to dissuade someone from the creepiness. I thought puts need to be closed out for OPEX, causing upwards price pressure. Yes. That doesn't necessarily cause the pressure today. And it definitely doesn't cause it at 11:30 today. Didn't I just get done saying don't get 0 DTE calls on SPX? I think I did. The huge jug is back. Hasn't been here since March. Is this a sign? It's a sign that my other water bottle was dirty. As much as I want the stream to grow and flourish, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty cool only having 1K people hanging out in here. It's more than that. Our base, like our floor for the stream has gone up. You know, in like January through March, it was like 7 to 800. Now it's like the floor is like 1.2K. And then during periods of the price going up, it hits like 3,500. It's already way too many people. I know. I do like having it at 1.2K. What's even better is I like it being like the OG 1.2K people. The people who have just been here forever. Those days are the best. Like when only they tune in. You're an OG, M-Dub. You guys know who you are. Are you expecting Freg to make an appearance before we run for a more bullish OPEX? That would be amazing. It's been a long time since I've seen Freg. I miss him. You could just stream the SPX chart while Jimmy goes up and watch Jimmy on the other screen to reduce the numbers. True, but I don't want to use 2 screens for these charts. When you called us trading buddies, I melted. Is there an OG flare? No. Thanks, fiscal stupidity. I'm an OG and not happy about it. I thought I'd have 3 Lambos by now. Do you have 1? Thanks, Ape Fapper Pro. I miss Sanjeet. OGs get special treatment, like never having their comments read. Thanks, brother. No problem, man. I've been listening for a while now, but never used to comment. I was options lexic. If you want him back, why don't you just hire some people to go bust him out of that basement in Philly? He's not in a basement in Philly. He came back for March. He went to his spawning grounds. Sometimes that can take a while. Yeti Eddie, welcome to Long Johnson, man. Thank you so much. I started watching when the DRS bullshit started and when the drama started and they banned you. Interesting. What an odd time to choose to watch me when I officially became a shill. You know, people have said that I'm officially a shill. Confirmed shill, if you will. I'm working 40-hour overnights and then 40-hour days, full-time trading. My goal is to just become a full-time trader, and I might actually accomplish it within a year and a half. Words aren't enough. Thanks, man, and congrats. It's tough, but you'll get there. Thanks, Fret. I think Theta is my favorite Greek. Okay. It's mine. I also like Voma, right? It's a good one. Sorry about Riven. Wait, what happened? Do the ultra pours count? Yeah, they do, beer loin. I know you've been here. Am I grandfathered in for being here during Freg's Day? I think I had my first pickle experience in August. I never went back. Does Koala count as an OG? I mean, no. But just because he's banned. I'm not a full OG, but I was here before the 2 days of awesome Streamlabs alerts. Those were. Did those ever work? Nice pickles, Penne. What do you think the options Greeks would look like as Halloween costumes? Amazing? You'd just be the letters, right? Like big foam letters. They're pushing Fubo for 450 hard. Cool. I never liked the DRS stuff, and I think that was the Trojan horse. And SS really started to sound very dumb as soon as they started to post pics of buildings with lights on and flying drones. Yeah, that was the first clue. That and Runic Glory. Will there be another perm event? Who knows? Generally, me deciding to like take my shirt off or get a perm, those are spur of the moment decisions. Sometimes I like to mix it up and be spontaneous. If I had known you would read my comment, I would have caught up on old questions. Here they are. Is Jimmy 200 floor strong? Do you think a share offering will affect our ability to MOASS? um, no and yes. Nice, Batty. O Lady VWAP, deliver us to a prosperous OPEX, and guide RC to a glorious squart today. Amen. Praise be to VWAP. You've totally jumped the shark. Thanks, Eskimo Vapor. Didn't even go in the ocean. Pickles Penne, thank you so much, man. I'm going as Yasma from Emperor's New Groove for how I love that movie, by the way. Your composure and all the bullshit helped guide me. Cool. Red Chess Queen a shill? Who cares? Who cares who's a shill? Nobody's a shill. They never needed shills. No one ever needed to be paid to do harm to the community. It was destined to destroy itself from within. Dye your beard yellow? Why? I was gonna do it pink. Super Stonk was more of a runic glory hole. At least you get something out of a glory hole. No, my real name's not Reginald. Although, that would be amazing if it was. OG members recall Moana for MOASS. I still don't know what the hell that was about. Is today a good day to buy your Craigslist cover calls? And which strike do you financially advise that we buy? All of my covered calls expire today. So, more bullish on M or Upstart? I don't know. I mean, Upstart looks better for like crazier price action. Hey dude, back from a busy week. Washington for hop harvest. Oh, cool. Did I miss any explained reasoning on Sava price action? Or is it the usual and their puts cost same like shares? I think it's fairly usual for them. Options interest has picked up a lot. It's a decent OPEX play, but it's a little expensive to buy calls on it. Thank you so much, John Wilkes Booth. I'm not an Anthony. Thoughts on Rev's lack of volume today? I don't know. Who cares? Should Rev have a lot of volume today for some reason? That's fair, Barodactyl. I think after that happened, someone named themselves Moana briefly. I have to actually leave and do my job. It makes me sad because today's stream and chat have been absolute gold. Thanks, Girk, for everything you do. Thanks, Walter. I'll see you around, man. Do you know my greatest hits for this stream's lore? No, but I'm sure you're going to tell me. Buy the Rev free float? That's too expensive of a first date for me. Sorry. Is your name Blake? No. Wasn't the Milana comment about some car stock? No. It was like June OPEX last year, or like May, June. Did the gamma flip from negative to positive last night? No, it didn't. I'm gonna double check that, but I'm pretty sure it's still negative. Yeah, still negative. Negative 1.05 mil. We're above the flip point, but the put buying is driving the price down. Remember, if they drive us down under gamma neutral or delta neutral, which they have now, there's like a really good potential buying opportunity in here somewhere. Where's the OG cookies at? Around here somewhere. My 0.05 rev shares are at risk due to upcoming bankruptcy. Thaddeus Thedaford Esquire? No, I haven't. I don't even own a fedora. I tried one on once in a store. I looked great. Re-enter again when it drops with more shares. It's an option. It's something you can do. It's risky, tricky to pull off. But if you think you can do it, best of luck to you. Does driving this below GN reduce chance of OPEX run? No. Shorting today increases the chance of an OPEX run. Why do you think they got all that pre-market liquidity I talked about? Did your neckbeard grow twice as full? Yeah, it filled like the range like down to my Adam's apple. It was amazing. Like the second I put it on top of my head. Frank's Day was the perfect storm for me. My girlfriend had left me. Self-preservation was nil. First options, full ported, lost everything, but found you guys. It's all gonna work out for me in the end. Regret nothing. Thanks, man. Thanks, Big Weenus. Big Wheeler, Cenas Feeler. I appreciate it, man. That sucks. What a shitty I remember that happening to you too. I was like, man, that's awful. Do you have an OPEX price target right now? Like 10 to 15% above Gamma Max. Money comes and goes, but internet friends are forever. Exactly. Dude, Big Weenus is for DMs only. I'm sorry. I was just trying to help you replace that girlfriend. Um, what was the thing you were most into as a kid? Hmm. I really liked chemistry and animals. I like to read about them, not be around either one, but that was like 90% of the books I read at the time. How did you end up hating dogs? Oh, I've always hated them. Would you own a monkey if you lived in a conservative state with lax exotic animal laws? No, monkeys are the worst. Like chimps will rip your face off, and then like little monkeys just masturbate and throw shit all day, which is not too different than hanging out here. So why would I need one? Monkeys are like little Dans. Yeah. I thought OPEX would be super exciting. But it's pretty boring so far. Weird that it feels boring, even after making 2K. I need my 0 DTE calls to print. Oh, good luck. What are they at? Did you buy 28s when it hit 27 just now? My ears were burning. You rang. What? I didn't. A gorilla would be cool, but what if you thought I was like challenging it for mating rights one day and just decided to tear me in half? Does it excite you that there's a big portion of Rev's put wall expiring today ahead of next week's OPEX? Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I've had plans or anything, so I guess why not? I bought, sold 0 DT Tesla calls and made $500. I bought again. I'm up another 550. Nice, man. Was that sarcasm? Whatever do you mean? Is this Moana? No. We might test VWAP here. Forget Wyckoff, forget learning about Greeks. By far the most important thing you've passed on to us plebs. 1, rich people don't use reverse. 2, European convection is superior. Oh, it absolutely is. When large amounts of puts expire in the money and a stack of limited shares available, would the MM just cash settle everything to prevent a run on the stack? That's not really the MM's choice, is it? No, the MM does not care if a stock runs. They are neutral. Why does everyone always think that the MM is trying to keep the price from going up? Crime? Oh, yeah. You get any near the money OPEX calls? I have some 35s. Yeah, there was a guy in New York City who got caught owning a tiger in his apartment. That was a thing. He probably wasn't the first or the last person to ever do that either. Their job is to provide a stable liquid market, but their job is also to remain neutral and hedge. So if in the event of providing a liquid and stable market, there becomes, a lopsidedness to their hedge, they will absolutely correct it. even if that causes like short-term volatility. You don't think that on some Monday or Tuesdays after a run, the MMs don't artificially suppress price to profit on not gamma hedging? MMs do a lot of nasty shit, but you know, you can't consider like one-off events to be how they're like an indicator of their behavior all the time, right? If you start to use that as like a one-time event as their baseline behavior, then you're gonna get very skewed results. It's a lot of bias. And the MM also has a huge hedge fund with trillions in sold but unpurchased securities. It seems like they may want to help themselves out. You do know that they have the credit for those securities, right? When you sell a security, you receive a credit. No, I did not know that. Yeah, neither does Super Stunk. It's okay. Now you do. If you sell, and also you need to think of it like this, right? So they have, let's say they have, I'm not going to use their actual numbers because I don't remember them, but say you have 1,000,000 shares sold, not yet purchased, right? And their shares drop by $1. You now have $1,000,000 more money. I know FUBA is a long-term play, but what do you make of these ouchies before OPEX? I don't care about a 50-cent price move on the intraday because it's a long-term play. FUBA is sensitive to index movement, and the indexes are down today, so it makes sense that FUBA is also down. FUBA is the same price it was last week, and significantly more expensive than it was like a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I have a ton of January 24 and this coming January leaps. So I'm not super concerned with like intraday price action on FUBO. I mean, we're watching it, but don't get wrapped up in it. 450s, a lot of people were looking for a buy-in sub 5 or sold $5 covered calls, so good for them. You can tell who got in FUBO at 350 and who got in at 5. Yeah, I know. But, you can take advantage of the drop in price to average down or DCA your position if it's a position that you want to remain in. Or sell because you've sustained a loss. Are Fubo 450 CSP decent to reduce cost basis? If it falls below 450 and they go in the money, yeah. I want to buy more shares, but I don't like when the price goes down. Oh, sad. Here's what, yeah, like everyone's like, oh, I wish I got in at 450 or 4. And then the price goes down to 450 and everyone's like, I wish I hadn't gotten in at 5. Indecisiveness, man. How do you rebound your confidence after losing a couple trades in a row? Um, it's an inevitability. You can't avoid it. You've got to just push past it and keep doing the right thing. You know, sometimes the odds are not in your favor. It happens to everyone. Do you want me to say some people, Bones? You know if you're included in the when I say everyone or not. If you haven't been complaining about the price of Fubo, obviously that is not a group that contains you. So I should buy more Bobby to average down. I don't know. What's your cost basis? Leave your emotions out of trading. It's easier said than done for a lot of people. That's it's really hard to get to. I think for most people, it's really hard to get to that level of either confidence or narcissism that they no longer include emotions in their trading. That's okay. You'll get there one day. You know, they did a study a long time ago on day traders that were down, and they traded better than they traded when they were up. Like they had a higher success rate when they were underwater than they did when they were above water. Which makes sense. I mean, it was an interesting read, I guess. Why is that? Because they're dead inside. Because when you're down, your emotions they take a backseat. And when you start repositioning for more trades, you're just trying to make back what you lost. Your goal is not to your goal isn't greed. And once you're no longer pursuing profits purely on greed, um you start to manage your positions a lot better. It's not true for everyone, but it's true for like the majority of people in the study. Man, these fucking wedge breakouts are the worst. I hate downtrends like this. At least now it's actually a downtrend. Teaspoon, welcome to Cornichon, man. Thank you so much. Jimmy sold plus put bought 2,500 extra available to withdraw as cash. One weird margin trick. Not really. It's just you have a hedge. You're using the put to secure your right to sell. So it's like a protective put. So you sold you bought a $25 put. Why do you hate downtrends like this? They can carry on for a long period of time without appropriately breaking out. I mean, they generally don't carry on for a long time on the like indices, but they can carry out on, like, this could carry on through the rest of the day with very little like upside potential. Just a slow grind down. Are you holding any cat calls through the Fed meeting next week? Seems like a good entry with some theta. It could be better next week. I think I'll probably wait till after. It's not a bad entry. 78.50 is decent. Or 178.50. I might pick some up. We'll see. We'll see how it looks like Monday. No stop on the SPX call. But this one? No stop on it. I'm probably gonna average it down, but I'm seeing where it goes. It's beginning to look like OPEX. Maybe not Fubo. Take a look at Rev and M's. They're flashing green again. And they're moving up a little bit. My friend wants to borrow money to buy some GME calls for next week. How do I tell them that's very regarded? I mean, I generally tell people you don't want to gamble with money you don't have, but it's hard to stop people from doing that, right? I mean, the mafia helped people do that for over 100 years. Hmm. The new GME documentary on Netflix looks like hot garbage. I believe it. SEC greenlights 1 billion to 35 trillion in assets to cover margin call possibilities. Pension funds at risk. Cool. Seems like shorts at 30.80 want their profits one way or another. They may. The last downturn was, what was the PE for tech on average? You've been saying that forward guidance needs to drop. It was still like, it's still like 20x. Some companies are still trading at like 100x value, like profit to earnings ratios. It's fucking ridiculous. Like the Schiller PE is still really high. Like the PE 10. Apple's trading at a PE of 24.6. Amazon's trading at a PE of 109. Tesla's at 107.50. Netflix is at 21, which is probably a little more fair. Meta's at 12, which is also a little more fair. Nvidia's still at 42. AMD at 31. Twitter's is awful, actually. Rivian's pretty bad. Snapchat, I think, has lost a lot of value. So there's still a lot of value that can get, like Costco's trading at 40. They may be able to keep doing that. EPAM was trading at they were at like 60 or 70 at the top. So yeah, there's a lot of valuation to be lost. And the market is just fucking locked up here. What's a conservative PE for GME once profitable? I don't know, probably like 10. 10 would be awesome. I think if they really start to push for e-commerce and start to grow their e-commerce sales, we could see like a PE of like 30. It is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. It's not a weakness, that is life. Hit them with that one. I mean, considering GME currently trades at negative 16, that'd be amazing. Can we turn Tootsie Roll into a Gamma Squeeze play? I don't think that's a great idea. Long-term view on crypto. How long? I think crypto as we currently know it will eventually be destroyed by central banks issuing their own cryptocurrencies, and regulating the shit out of anything that affects their their monetary system. So I think governments are inclined to regulate crypto into the ground where it will continue to survive, but only as a means of exchanging funds in black markets. I wholeheartedly disagree with you on crypto. Cool. Yeah, let's see how your the governments of the world feel about your free money, free interchangeable money and currency for all. People don't like changes to the status quo. A centralized crypto is the best crypto for them. But BTC is going to 100K. What are your thoughts on XRP? I don't really have any. I suppose I could form some. It's really not seeing the rally that I think people were expecting. Is it still openly tradable, or is it like banned on US exchanges still? It's interesting, like it has a lot of potential for adoption. People just won't use their centralized crypto and continue to use the decentralized ones. Not if they regulate them, they won't. You know that they can just ban them, right? Yeah, Dylan. Is Fubo going down 10% today? Bullish for an OPEX run next week? Probably not. 10% is a pretty big drop. I mean, it could be. There's a lot of puts closing at 5 on Fubo today. Do you think the rise of sovereign interest rates, a rising premium for risk of default, as an implicit concern that governments could fall apart? No. They cannot ban crypto. Okay. I mean, they can. They can ban your right as a citizen to use or access it. You can continue to do it. China literally already did. Yeah. What's your bull thesis on Upstart? Looks good. We should stop talking about this because we're just going to get all the crypto bros in here talking about centralization and transactions per minute and how big governments are totally not going to use cryptocurrencies to destroy debt on their current currency. But that's the most likely scenario. Well, stocks are bullshit too, but at least we know it. Like we accept that inevitability. We're gonna return to the gold standard. No, but a lot of governments are in a position right now where a currency change and just debt destruction would benefit them greatly. Nothing like destroying debt to get rid of inflation, right? There's a lot of people out there that think like the dollar won't be like the global standard or like the global reserve currency into the future. They're also wrong. Just got in. Are we still expected big up towards end of day? Thanks. Are we still expecting big ups into the end of the day? I don't know if I'm expecting big ups, but there could be some ups into the end of the day. Quad witchings are usually pretty flat and choppy. They're not very interesting. Like they could be volatile, but they're not. There's not a lot of range in the price action. Don't forget that most puts can be cash settled. I think a lot of people forget that. I hear a lot of that stuff, and I've not been able to sort through it, and it's scary. Dad, Rev is gonna do a bad thing again. Rev is doing that bad thing again. What? It's not doing anything. It's doing what it does every day. Nothing. You planning to hold GME 923.35s over the weekend? I don't know. Maybe. Is market crash? I don't think so. Not yet. Which subs do you mod on Reddit? None of them effectively. Why does IV stay up as price goes down? You know, volatility is inversely correlated to price, right? Because the price being down today doesn't affect the historic volatility of the underlying. Do you say SPX options are cash settled? Does that mean that no big ups when they close out puts? Generally. I mean, there are. They're just not realized on the same day. If they take profit on them early or close them early before expiration, then you can get big ups. And that, profit, like if a large amount of profit taking occurs, that triggers more profit taking, which triggers more profit taking. Right? They're not going to hold them into close if they're afraid that the price is going to rise and they're going to lose their gains. Good chance to buy Fubo shares or wait for a further drop. I mean, you could wait for a further drop if you want to, but it's probably decent right now, at least for the short term. Monday, Tuesday, Viscerage. The OI on Rev 35C is honestly hilarious. It's kind of funny. SPX is more, well, arguably more liquid. It depends on this strike. Sometimes SPY can be more liquid. SPX gets better fills though. I want to get exposure to some other OPEX plays besides GME. What are other tickers that are attractive? Macy's, Bobby, Upstart, Sava. Those don't look so bad. So if large institutions have lots of SPY puts and no underlying SPY long positions, can only cash settle SPY puts and thus need to sell their puts. Yeah, generally. I mean, they'll sell them if they think their profits are at risk. So if SPY's like grinding at a low price, or SPX is, right? They're not going to sell. They'll wait to see if it drops further. It's when it bounces back and starts to put pressure on their position that they're more likely to capitulate. And then you can see, intraday put like them shedding puts intraday, which does lead to like aggressively fast upside price action. If our expectations for Rev play out, is there any concern for not being able to sell the 35Cs due to illiquidity? I don't think so. They're fucking super liquid strike. And the market maker will be wanting to buy them to get rid of that hedge, right? Would you buy some AMC puts if it rallies with GME during an OPEX run? No. It has less downside potential. I know what Newegg is. I don't know. It squeezed last year at one point. It's a gamble. remember, you know, a lot of times there's no pressure on the shorts, and when that happens, they win. Do you still play Snap? Sometimes. It's very cheap right now. It could go lower though, obviously. There's cheaper prices that can be bought at. They were very early in downgrading their forward expectations. You know, I thought yesterday was Friday, and I feel like I'm streaming on Saturday right now. I don't have a good internal calendar. I think it's because I don't go outside very often. You still believe in a GME squeeze? Not for a while. We need to see obligations start compounding again like we did in like Feb and March, April. After the split, squeezes are much less likely. So we'd have to see significantly more like fails and a higher borrow rate. If we start to see that again, then maybe. But right now, absolutely not. Borrow rate's at like 10% right now. Which is good. It's climbing into OPEX, which is bullish as fuck, but it's very low. I thought today was Thursday, so I'm quite happy with it being Friday. That all right. I bought the bottom on Fubo to average up. Can I put a day trader in my IG bio now? Probably. Yeah, I think if you ever make money on a stock, you should instantly become a social media influencer. Can you please make a school of stock video where you go into detail about all your volume-centric stock secrets? Never. Man, I fucking nailed the bottom on that average down with my SPX calls, didn't I? When expiration on XPX calls? I have a few. I have some for next Friday. I have some for that expire today. I have a couple that expire on Monday. I have some for the Friday after also. For the 30th. I have a few different ones. I have some like stragglers left over from straddles that are just hanging out. They're all in like the 39, 38, 5 to like 39, 5 range. So I'm okay with them just sitting there. I already profited on the other side of the straddles, but they're just hanging out. If I can get both sides to print, why not? I have some 0DTs on here, I think, right? Yeah. If Jimmy had some future swaps from the split that were pushed to September, would that cause big ups? Yeah, it would. We're looking for that. That's part of OPEX. I mean, that's generally like that. Futures closing. It's not, they're not swaps, but futures and swaps are different things. But those forward contracts, those like liquidity providers, um yeah, the closing of those I think is what drives a lot of the volume on our runs. What are the odds we see 50 on GME by end of year? It can't average down because of shit take paying job, but would love to reposition for a cost basis lower than 49. We could. I'd be fucking watching it like a hawk during the OPEX periods. Is Tesla OPEXing? I mean, it kind of does. It usually has some pretty bullish momentum during the OPEX period. The problem with playing OPEX on Tesla, even though it does coincide strongly with the rest of the basket, is that Tesla can drop really rapidly after it crosses like its gamma max. Like it just fucking tanks. And sometimes you don't really have time to get out of your calls while they're still profitable. So you have to play it like very close to the money and take profits early, and that's difficult for a lot of people. So I usually play Tesla on OPEX, but I don't talk about it a lot. Yeah, remember we have these violent upsides. I talked about this a couple times over the last 2 days. So when active funds start applying pressure to GME, the market maker is also buying. So when the price rises, the MM is buying and the active funds are buying. This is the options MM. And so with the rising market, the DMM internalizes in order to try to create stability. But the MM and active funds are buying simultaneously. And so you get these really aggressive spikes in price action. It's not the amount it moved, right? It's the velocity at which it moves. And you know, we've seen this a lot on Jamie in the past, but I think this is a really good way of me kind of describing it to you guys so you can understand why that's happening. As I understand it better and better, it becomes easier and easier to make you guys understand it better. So, you know, you remember those periods where we were watching GME and we'd see it like 6x, like the SPY would go up and GME would move up like 6 times what the SPY did? That's why. It's that net negative gamma hedge from the, you know, market maker being short massive amounts of puts. I missed the 5, 10, $20 violent upside. Well, you know, this move from like 27 to 28.50, you know, before the split would have been like $2. It would have been more significant feeling. No comment, guys. MOASS is real, I swear. Come on, seriously. No comment. Was that the OPEX run? No, it's a run. So does Tesla move down so quick as the active funds sell and the MM is de-hedging and DMM is dumping internalization all at once? Sort of. It's more fluid on Tesla than that because NASDAQ has automated DMMs. But yeah. Also, you know, generally far more call interest and institutional interest. So, you know, they're just hitting the tape with automatic sell orders. And it can drop really fast. It shouldn't be as bad anymore after the most recent split on Tesla. It should be a little bit better. $2.5% in 5 minutes. Yeah. What 30 puts? I don't have any $30 puts. Oh, you mean the put wall is selling off? That's possible. Might be starting to sell off, yeah. I wrote about this morning. Do you guys not read the Daily DD? Don't answer that. I already know you don't. You don't upvote it either. Well, just like you don't like the stream. It's okay. How long have you been writing DDs for? I don't fucking know. Seems like forever. Unliked, unwatched, and unread the DD. You forgot unsubscribed, DVS. I literally post the daily DD for GME on Reddit every day and pin it to the top of chat, Tyler Soda. All right, most days. It isn't pinned at the top of chat for you? Really? Refresh? It should be. Should I be worried when IBKR gives me money to buy options instead of charging me for buying calls? No. It's totally normal. I didn't see it anywhere in your DD where you talked about put walls breaking down. I even told you to watch for the dip. I couldn't outline this shit better for you. Short of telling you exactly what time and when to buy calls. I can't drop the mic. It's mounted. So I ghosted your $35 923s right before that spike. Nice, man. Did they hit cost basis? I know they dropped, but I don't know if they hit like I actually averaged those up today a little bit. Drop the knife. Just for the sound effect, just like did the mic even pick that up? I don't know. It was a good thump. Nice. That's all I wanted. I want to see your face when you look at my DM. Oh, that's definitely fucking Monday's stream card. Monday, or if there's no packs. That's beautiful, Fluffy. Amazing work. Do you think we'll get a hard push down prior to OPEC's covering? Maybe. We may see another hard push down. They may try to keep us off 30 and keep their puts in the money into the end of the day. But it's going to be hard with a rising market and the MM and active funds working against them. It's difficult. No preview. You'll see it on Monday. At this point, before OPEX DD, it can be a cookie cutter forum post, and you update a few numbers in it. Nope, I write them from scratch every day. Manually copy and pasting the disclaimer. I have almost no automation, and it takes me forever. It's like 45 minutes of my morning routine, sometimes an hour, depending on how much data I put in it. Sometimes I wonder if I should even write it every day, but I keep doing it. It's almost like a habit now. Thanks, John Doe. What's your daily routine for trading? I wake up, I drink coffee, I trade stocks, then I go to bed. Sometime 12 hours after market close. I hope you sell CCs, get assigned, and then it rockets to 500. I didn't say that. Liar, you don't go to bed. I said 12 hours after market close. Do you find writing it helpful for yourself? No. Is there any more dip left? Yeah, there could be. Careful. Playing a dangerous game. Why do you write DD every morning if you don't find it enjoyable or helpful? Because people need it. Made bank on GME 0 DTs. Here's a little help for your next electric bill. Pay it on time this time, please. I'll think about it, Danorama. But what if I took that $5 and put it in Fubo instead? People do read it. It still gets like 100K views a day. Although I don't know if that's actually reading it or just 100,000 people scroll past it a day. It's just that like 109,000 of those people hate my guts. Sold 90 CSP yesterday at 28.75. Hoping to get a sign today with the chance of this going down. Is there implications to closing the position and reselling a 0 DTE 29 to guarantee I brokerage wise to guarantee it? So you want to roll it up to 29? I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to do here. Or did you not sell 0 DTEs originally? Thanks for reading it, guys. I read it and then downvote it. Awesome. If Jimmy runs over $50, frosted tips? Absolutely fucking not. Heard your daily TA, but skip the daily DD. Okay. They think I'm a shell trying to bait them into giving their money to Ken Griffin or something. SPX September 16th PM expiration options chain being wonky for anyone on Fidelity. When I open the chain for PM expiration, Fidelity's UI is saying it's still the AM. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. I used to not care for you. My girlfriend would obsessively watch you last year, and my only comment was, why does he look tired all the time? Now she doesn't care, and I'm obsessively watching you. Nice. I'm up $5 on my single October GME call. Let's fucking go. Congratulations, man. I called you a shill in the daily. Thanks, Carl. We're over delta neutral. Hey, we kind of held delta neutral all day, right? Let's see if SPY can find some fucking footing in this shitty trend. That's the one. That's where we're looking for our shift. This is the big boy. Thoughts on Jan 24 leaps for Fubo? I have a shitload of them. They're pretty cool. They don't have a lot of IV. They give you plenty of time to realize value on your position. And at these price points in the future, maybe they could even be exercised for potentially larger ownership stake, provided the company does what it's saying it's going to do. Rev borrow rate moved? Ooh. I sold them yesterday waiting to get a sign, but if we close higher, they won't. I want them before next week. Perhaps I just close the CSP and buy outright. Yeah, that's probably the best way to handle it. Because I think like a 29 right now. Well, at 28.50, I don't think a 29 is going to net you uh, anything like better than the current market price. Right? And then you also additionally are taking on the chance to like not get assigned on that. And you have a pretty hard wall at 30. Thanks, Rasma. Hey, Gert, can you see who we are when we change our names for clowning around purpose? Or are we fully incognito? I don't know. Are we BMG? I'm just kidding. I don't know who you are. You're fully incognito when you change your name. You could be anyone. Can Pickle Jar lend all their shares and rug pull shorts? I don't know. Maybe? This is what everyone has to do. They have to transfer all their shares out of DRS to like Fidelity, turn on share lending, wait until all of their shares are borrowed, and then initiate either a sale or a transfer back to DRS. Although a transfer back gives time to cover, so it'd have to be like you'd have to sell and then buy like you buy a shitload of calls and you sell all your shares at once. And then that still wouldn't do anything because there aren't that many shorts. Yeah, I know it's super shilly, but works. No, that because that gives them time. Like if you toggle share lending off, it's not a forced recall. You're saying the squeeze is over on Jimmy. Dude, I've been saying that for like fucking months. Hey everyone, on DRS and sell your shares. I mean, that's how you would trigger a share recall, right? That can never happen because retail is like not one entity. But if like one entity did that, it would trigger a recall. Selling CCs only recalls the shares if they go in the money. But it does, yeah, the OCC demands margin from the broker. Why would I full port into Revlon? Half retirement fund in Revlon, same like diversification. Where's the other half? Can you please talk about the psychology of selling CCs in the money at the peak of a high volatility event and why they likely won't be exercised? I mean, some probably will. It really depends on who buys them, but if they have enough time until expiration, they're less likely to be exercised. Also, the initial drop from like the breakdown of gamma is usually pretty rapid. So like the initial like 10%, 15% drop is very, very quick. So, you know, end of day, if you're selling like 10% in the money, you're very unlikely to be assigned. When should I roll my Feb 18s? On January 26th, when I did. So on a run, if you sell deep in the money CC, it works the same as recalling those shares without selling them. Yep. Crazy, right? Important to note for people that selling in the money CC is less than 30 DTE resets the holding period. Only if your broker tracks that, which none of them do. I've sold 14 DTE CCs on my GME shares a few times, and my holding period's still long term. So I know Fidelity doesn't give a fuck about tracking it. They only care if you sell. Unless you're like an insider or something. You're right, ultimately, but no one, like, it's like something no one pays attention to. Like, there's no log of accounting for it. It's crime, nobody cares. It doesn't reset it, it halts it. It's sort of, yeah. So as long as the option closes out of the money or is manually like force closed, then yeah, your period is unaffected. But um basically all that matters is if you get assigned or you don't. You think we'll see the SPY bounce this afternoon? It's looking pretty good, I think. I don't hate it right now. 1 o'clock. We got a little bit of a turnaround here, although this part of it's looking kind of weak. It was down 2%, now it's up 2%. Probably news or something affecting food supply. Ugh. How do the internals look like, or whatever that data is you check out, like a heat map? What? What are you talking about? Internalization or like utilization? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure to what you're referring. I look at a lot of charts every day, so sounds like it only matters if you sell less than 30 DTE in the money CC right before you hit 1 year holding. Then if you get assigned, the holding period's technically less than a year, so ST not LT. Well, yeah, because you sold your shares before you had them for a year. Are you planning on getting new School of Stock videos? Yeah. Um I'm working on like having a buddy of mine help me make the videos, and then I just have to like design and narrate them. And hopefully that can help me make more of them more often. Ew. Maybe I just have this too low. It's really hard to do this sometimes with no volume. It still slipped. Okay, but the volume remained in line. That looks better. I need some actual advice. I was a businessman doing business. I applied for a really sick job as a joke, but actually got hired. When I left, I brought home some paperwork. Now I'm in big trouble. What do? Call a lawyer. No sell in the money CC. Sell in the money CC before 1 year holding, then assigned after 1 year holding. But the rule makes it like they were sold before 1 year due to the halting period. Oh, yeah. Leap's kind of same as shares. Similar, yeah. Depending on how far like out of the money they are. Is Turd okay? Yeah, he's busy with life stuff, but he drops in once in a while. He's he's probably gonna be out of commission for a while longer, but he's still around. He's paying attention. Since Fubo's a long-term play, do you think Gen 23s are not enough theta? I mean, that depends on how close to the money you are. I think they're enough theta for any short-term variations in price. Can I be a quant or not qualified? Probably not qualified. What's your expertise? Absolutely fucking not, popcorn trader. Well, maybe. Depends. Will your wife give us money for watching you? There's not going to be a School of Stock volume stock secrets video. Ever. I actually have a master's in data science, and no, she won't. What if we promise that we promise her that we can reduce your losses by 30%? That's got to be worth something to her. I never wanted to time out Stefan as bad as just then. I usually want to time out Stefan. So, I feel you. Now that's what I call stock secrets, volume number 16. Honestly, one of my biggest problems with School of Stock is exactly that. I feel like I'm a YouTuber. Like during the editing process, I'm like, this is fucking awful. And the further into the process of creating a video I get, the more I hate myself. Is there such a thing as a trading coach? Probably. Should there be? No. Hey, Greg, so this is where it gets a little complicated. I have a lawyer. He's one of the best lawyers. Everyone always says he's the greatest lawyer, but he keeps implicating me in crimes. uh, you might be fucked. Well, I think if I can avoid the making the video part, I like the rest. Like, I like talking about stocks and things that have to do with them, derivatives and analysis. Like, that's fun. I just don't want to make the fucking videos, right? So if I can avoid the video making part, I'm perfectly happy making more videos. Don't start the OPEX without me. No promises. My expertise is blurry graphs. Where do I apply for the quant team? Hey, those blurry graphs were great for some time. Brave vacation. Don't sell yourself short. Buy calls. If I give you a HelloFresh discount code that'll help another streamer friend of mine, will you order 9,000 boxes? You can brag to your date about your recent philanthropy. It's a win-win. I don't want any part of that. It sounds like a HelloFresh money laundering scheme. Like, then I gotta what? Sell the HelloFresh to someone else? You're not tricking me. This isn't Herbalife. Are you tracking new supports and resistances on GME since the split? Curious how that looks now. Go look at the chart. It's in the daily. Spy, he's our guy. Buy calls on yourself, how inspirational. I thought so when I said it. Just didn't see them in your WeBull today. Oh. I mean, I don't do a lot of charting on WeBull. And it's like almost impossible to see the charting I do on WeBull with 4 different stocks up. Nice support line, Gherk. Thanks, man. No problem, Snake Whips. What's your cost basis on the Gen 24 Fubo $10 calls? I have no idea. I don't have it open right now. I bought them on what was it? Fucking like August 15th. I think it was, yeah, it was like August 15th. So whatever they cost on the 15th of August. Having 4 stocks up is a much better experience than just GME. It's kind of fun. A few more options. I have a specialty. Can I be a quant adjacent? I don't want to be in the team, but I do want to see stuff and get a small mention after that. I'll think about it. What makes Rick's relevant for drawing lines on the chart? Generally, shorter term time frames. You need to use wicks because otherwise you don't encapsulate enough volume. But even then, they're not the best. Hank and Ashi smooths most of that out. Heiken. Sorry. What was your original dollar cost average to AMD? Oh shit. I bought it at like 3 different times. The first time I bought was, I think it was trading, it was really low. It was like back when it was still trading at like $6, I think. And then I bought a bunch more in like the 12, like 1250, 1175. I got a few blocks at like 9. Before it started like moving up big time. Unfortunately, in like 2014, 15, I didn't have like a shitload of money to plow into it. So like the majority of my position was bought in like 2016 through 2017. For anyone wondering, the cost between 140 and 160 on the 15th. That sounds about right. Because I think I spent like what was it? Like 11,000 something on them. So that'd be about, I think about 80 of them that day. I've bought some more after. I bought some more on the more recent dip after the run. You ever use point and figure? Not really. It's okay. I prefer Renko. But that's just when you're trying to eliminate like price discovery from volume. But I think Renko is better at doing that in a way that matters. I don't even know what that means. Driver, welcome to Cornishon. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. Jimmy's probably got some pressure building up right now. This kind of shit, like if the market starts rising and GME's stagnating, this is why I said this morning I think we'll see a higher dark pool utilization at the end of the day. They got to dump a lot yesterday, but in an effort to keep us from breaking like 29 and 30, it's beneficial for them to start internalizing on a rising market. Really big support gaps below 28.39 on GME. They're bigger, yeah, but that's because we have very little volume traded in that range. Obviously, after the split, like if we ever do trade volume in that range, those will tighten up. But right now, we just don't have anything. There's just not a lot to work off. What about Fubo? What dictates whether OPEC's covering begins on Monday or Tuesday? Or Wednesday. Probably ACH settlement. One set of buying entities forces the hand of the other set of buying entities. So whoever buys first, it's like a standoff for a little bit there. Thanks for continuing to share great trading wisdom, especially the attitude to be skeptical has saved me from much money losses this week. Good. It'll save you a lot of money. What's up, Han? Spy finish short? Spy looks good. It keeps like pulling back and finding support at each level and then climbing up again. It's not bearish. Someone gave me free membership. Now I'm hooked. Thanks, driver. Just found out people put gummy worms in their pudding to add texture. Seems like the wrong kind of texture to add. I don't really eat pudding though, so I couldn't say. Crumbled Biscoff? You know, I actually the only time I do eat pudding, I make like a pudding pie with and I do use Biscoffs for the crust. So I use Biscoff with like you put like a little butter in it and that's how you make your crust. And then butterscotch pudding. And then a layer of like sweet cream. It's not refined very much, but it's fucking delicious. GME volume's amazing today. It's traded almost 600,000 in pre-split volume. Pretend this is me throwing money at you since I can't actually right now. Hand, stop giving me your fucking money. Rev Leap 35C OI broke 50k today. Delta's still over 30%. Crazy. I know, it's awesome. Usually OPEX T+2. GME Rev. Does split usually affect volume? Usually it improves volume. GME split has not successfully done that. Oh no. What a tease. Hey Greg, here's some money for your electric bill. Thanks, fake hand banan. I think low volume is due to so many DRS shares for GME. No. Third test of HOD? Dude, don't just make up. Possibly. Does that mean anything? I mean, it means less volume is being traded. Thoughts on put call interest for GME going into Monday, Tuesday on shift search. I mean, I don't really use shift search much anymore. But it looks good. Call interest has been picking up, so that's nice. Especially farther dated calls like October's. What expiry lengths have you found most predictable when selling Tesla CCs? I mean, I don't really care about my Tesla shares, so I'm generally okay with selling them at like 30 DTE. I usually buy them back before they expire, but I also very rarely sell them in the money. Usually still out of the money when I sell them. You think the lack of upside movement in the market today means a lot of puts being exercised? I mean, the lack of upside movement would cause more puts to be exercised, not caused by. More pressure against their position is more likely to make them capitulate early. Mm-hmm. That is a shitty fucking. What a boring day. I hate quad witching. Calls on sleep? Interesting. Nice, Velvet. How many times are you gonna move that line? As many times as I want to? TA changes when the previous trend breaks out or down. How have you been doing it? Sir Lucius Squigglesworth. I'm not sure if I've ever met that person. I don't really like gazpacho, but I do like salsa. My bosses don't know. They think I'm doing a good job. Thanks, Joshua. Thanks, Rocket Man. Consolidation on Jimmy looks pretty bullish for next week. Yeah, it does. Next week looks way more fun than this one. I'm glad I blew through my stack this week. There's nothing worse than like over trading because you're bored. Inverse head and shoulders on SPX? What time frame? Any thoughts on Ultra? About some calls regarded? How far out? I don't dislike Ultra, but it's more of like a buy the stock kind of deal than a buy calls kind of deal. I hope that's the ultimate signal, C-Mill. Yeah, I'm not aware of anything that goes on TDA. Of course, it stops me out right before it bounces super fucking hard. Piece of shit. Congratulations, GME Rev. Yeah, pretty boring day. Standard quad witching bullshit. Did Bobby officially die? I don't know. What's it doing? Jesus, fuck. Ouch. Yeah, it's a bit of a rough day. Hmm. IV dropped. Doesn't shorting pre-OPEX excite you? Not this much. I really don't like that there's so much volume on the downside with this. I wonder if this is like completion of the share offering. This is fucking rough. Like, this is way worse than anything else. What did Macy's do today? Did Macy's have like a super shit day? Because that's also R2K. No. This is the same short pattern that AMC does. That's gross. Yeah, they might have gotten enough sold above 9 that they don't care if they sell off more below, but I don't know. There's pretty strong correlation here with AMC. Like if you look at AMC and then BBBY, they're both down quite a lot today. I'll say it again. Bobby's really fucking liquid. Bazinga came out with your favorite article again. Oh, awesome. Prepping for Russell ETF rebalance next week. No? Oh, you mean you think people are prepping for it? But AMC's not in the Russell 2000. I think some of these stocks are just easier to short than others. That's all. Easy to short Bobby, easy to short AMC. It's harder to short GME. I don't know what Macy's free float is, but it's probably fairly small. Actually, no, pretty big. 26 million, 260 million. Still outperforming today though. Or maybe that, well, no, yeah. Bobby's R2K. GME is really sensitive right now. Upstart got shorted pretty hard today, but most of it in the early part of the day. There's Sava. Is that on here? Oh, that's not it. Hmm. Interesting. They're trying to blow off some calls? When you see a stock is really fucking liquid, you mean there are a ton of shares available in the free float, right? I.e., not held by insiders. Not just shares available in the free float, but other like sources of liquidity as well, like ETFs, right? If like large ETF holdings, can make the stock even more liquid, right, than the available free float. Like Bobby's fail to volume ratio for its run up was fucking atrocious. It failed so little. Like it just doesn't generate a lot of FTDs because there's so much available liquidity. Time for AMD calls. I guess it depends on your target. Very cheap today. Not awful, but 80 is risky, so Be careful with that. It wasn't so much like a hedgy pump. It was just like a lot of re-hedging of the chain. I want to buy some Rev Jan 35Cs. I'm not feeling entirely confident with options yet. I just feel like I'm limiting upside potential profit. Oh, how are you limiting upside potential profit? By buying long out of the money calls. If anything, those would maximize your upside potential. There's nothing wrong with not playing options, but options give you leverage so you can make more money off less price action. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying by buying shares, you're limiting your upside potential. I mean, you are. It's safer. There's no theta decay. You're buying what, could be an appreciating asset versus a depreciating one. I bought more GME calls today. Do you have a PT for SPY? Only if it breaks down. If we start getting like sell side exhaustion and we start to see profit taking, the move up is kind of hard to determine right now because there isn't a ton of call buying. But I would say most likely the upside would be kind of capped in like the high 390 range. Maybe it could test 4. Although we would probably need the Fed meeting to be bullish for that. Like the Fed would have to come forward with like 0.75 again. The market would have to kind of feel that relief that, now they know what the Fed's doing. And that could drive prices higher. But if they come in at 1.0, it's going to be really, really bad. Because that means they're more likely to remain hawkish into like quarter 1 next year. Can you share with us all your strikes, the upcoming GME OPEX, please? 35s, 38.75s, 40s, and 50s. I think that's it. Do you have any other ones? No. Which brokerage would you recommend to trade scalps off of SPX? Probably one with better data than WeBull. Maybe like TradingView. Probably TradingView. Or not TradingView, IBKR. IBKR, well, you can use IBKR on TradingView. Fidelity's fine for it. It just sucks to use their options. TDA is probably pretty good. I've been doing like a little bit of SPX trading on WeBull, but I don't like it very much. Like I get better on SPX, spreads are way more important, and I get better fills on IBKR. Why is Fubo getting shorted so hard? Why not? How close in front of your mind do you keep the chance of a black swan event and tail risk associated? I mean, I carry hedges, or like I have like portfolio hedges. So I would say sometimes more often than others. Like right now, obviously, I'm hedged against a market crash, but depending on like market conditions, I can scale that back a little bit. But I usually keep some sort of hedge to the downside. Either via covered calls or like IV positions. Like volatility positions. Long vol. Although I guess it's kind of the same thing. Was the last covering date for OPEX on Wednesday morning? Yes. It's just all day Wednesday, though. It's not, I mean, like, they have to submit the orders by Wednesday morning, but that doesn't mean that those orders settle by Wednesday morning. I have no idea. I'm looking to buy puts on GME for the first time. So is the way forward to buy near the peak and sell with a couple days so as not to lose too much value to dropping volatility? Puts are not the best for the downside. They need to be far dated because you need to dodge the low, like the near term spike in IV. And they need to be very near the money because the rate of the drop in price is not commensurate to the rate of the drop of volatility. Like price drops slower than volatility does, so you have to use fairly far dated puts in order for them to be very profitable. That's why selling cover calls is kind of better on GME. Like it's better to sell the volatility than it is to like try to bet on the or leverage the downside. The best time to buy puts in the downside of the GME cycle is after they've crushed volatility, when they start driving the price down. Did you hear that Taylor's dropping her new album? Isn't that her like 80th one this year? She's oversaturating the market. It'll ruin her popularity. Oh god. Is she shorting herself? Yeah, she keeps doing share offerings. She's got a voracious fan base. Yeah, a lot of people have had that. Thanks for being here every day, Pickle Man. One day, one of the Dans will write a comic series about you and you're not a cult, where Val Kilmer will play Carl, your degenerate Alfred. Also, you buying 30s at end of day? I already bought some 30s today. Earlier, kind of like, I don't know, like 20 minutes before we had that first bounce. Like right on that little like breakdown of right when we broke below like gamma neutral. I bought some 30s. I'll probably buy more next week after the theta, like weekend theta. I'm not going out with Taylor Swift. She looks like a mouse. Yeah, I also wouldn't go out with Minnie Mouse either. I don't know who Jennifer Flavin is. But then you get a song. I already have songs. Cat moved down a bit today. If it breaks the recent low of 167, do you think more downside is in store, or will that be a prime time to buy some quarterly calls? I think that'll be a prime time to buy some quarterly calls. It could break down a little below its previous low, but there's a lot of support at that level. Play puts cost same like Cher's song. Is that the one that you said was guaranteed to demonetize me? It definitely will. Thanks, Take Five. Yes. We'll have to do that on a day when I'm making more money than just GME IV grinding up. Rev is the newest stable coin. Haven't you heard? No, it's not a stable coin. It hasn't gone to zero yet. This one?
GME 510, this is Moon Tower requesting a pilot report. Copy that, Moon Tower. This is GME 510. We are currently ascending, and then descending, and then ascending a little bit more, and then descending a little bit more. Quite honestly, Moon Tower, we don't really know what the fuck we're doing. Roger that, GME 510. Let's see if we can maintain a steady altitude above market crash levels. 10-4, Moon Tower. Any word on the status of JP 420?
Sorry, I had to get another coffee because I was gonna fall asleep. Oh look, fucking SPX. Son of a bitch. This rally brought to you by Volume. Wait, what did Visceral do while I was gone? Absolutely nothing. Fair enough. Do you spend more on a date night or out with the boys? Oh, that depends on which boys I'm out with. I don't go out with the boys often anymore because most of them suck. But when I did, I had a group of friends that was poorer than me, in which case I would spend a lot, and then I had a group of friends that was richer than me, in which case I would spend nothing. He's just awesome. P.S. My wife said my face looks puffy in this stream card. I mean, Roaring Kitty, let me tell you, this group of people is going to think you look amazing no matter what, but we'll get it touched up for the final poster. '60s are fine. I just want a little more delta exposure, I guess. You need a much harder move for '60s to print. And while I think we're looking good for an OPEX event, I don't expect it to be as large as like March was. Hmm. Where's Freg, Han? Tell Freg to come and say hi. Tell him the spawning season's over. Unless there are ETF obligations that we start to see, then spicy. Yes. Yes. I believe Roaring Kitty suggested I become super mod. He also suggested that I ban Darth Dan and Moonrun. You can't just call Frag. It has to be really, really bad. The darkest before the dawn. Then Frag will appear and lift us to the moon. Yes. Maybe DFV just noticed like the same thing on GME that we did on Rev, which is short positions are creating FTDs faster than they can be cleared. He was already bullish on GME, right? But he was paying closer attention to it. And that's something you wouldn't notice unless you were paying really close attention. I think he paid close attention. I can't wait for Rev to run to like 35. Me to dump everything for millions. And then people to call me a shill when I tell them it's dead. You know what? I'll just tweet sleeping cats. I won't say anything. How rich were your super rich friends? Rich. Like private owned helicopter rich. One of them had a jet. They weren't actually rich. Their parents were rich. Here's $5 to make up for your lost ad revenue when you get demonetized from playing puts cost same like share. P.S. You need to turn the volume up to 11. P.P.S. Hug me, Pickle Morty, please. Oh, Pickle Morty hugs are incoming. All right. But you still want me to play it on OPEX, right? Do you want to invest in my documentary called Pickles and Squirts? Yes. How much? The whole production budget? I'll send you $10 right now. I want an executive producer title, though. I'm not in the Revlon play, however, it is definitely intriguing. I agree the thesis is solid. Thanks, Roaring Kitty. My neighbor didn't cook her cat. That was someone down the hall. And I guess they were like roasting something and they left it in their oven overnight. Like an idiot. Well, I don't have enough money to be like an activist investor. Except I would call myself something more accurate, like corporate raider. I could invest in things that are like pre-IPO right now, but it's risky. Like way riskier than investing in equities. So I'll stick with what I'm doing for now. I never did get my Domino's gift card. O Fortuna, Feliz Navidad. What have I done for you lately, huh? But that was for the Louvre. You're not one of the Louvre, like you're. The Louvre doesn't contain the musical artists. That has to be like a separate thing. Also, you didn't give me your email. Trash gave me a list. Those people got Domino's gift cards. I funnel people into your Spotify. I hope. Well, like 4 people, but that's like 3 cents a year in royalties. I know popcorn traders listen to Feliz Navidad like 55,000 times. Will you give me a $1.5 million loan? What do I get for collateral? If you have something worth $3 million in collateral, yeah, because I know you won't pay me back. Gert, can I become a mod? Absolutely not. I think I can offer some great talent to the team. I don't have a gallbladder, but I do know how to make delicious. I don't know what that is. It's probably bad. I'm not going to say it. Can I join the quant Discord? I don't have a gag reflex if that makes the decision easier. Shit. Mork, if you're around, don't let JFresh anywhere near Velvet Jupiter. If he finds out, he's gonna spill everything. This chat's getting too affectionate. I know, I need to nip it in the bud. I've got $5 here that says BBY makes at least a 50% run before close. You mean you bought a 0 DTE call option on BBBY? I'm gonna do that too. Wait, can I? Yeah. Except I'm gonna do it on GME. Let's go. Too affectionate while I'm here. Shill. All love, all the time. Don't make me Ko-Fi it. Ugh. If I make anything off this OPEX, it's all going into Revlon. If you loan me $1 million, I can arrange for you to have a queue jump past to see the Queen's coffin. Backstage tour with Prince Andy too. Huh. You missed my Ko-Fi. Missed is a strong word, BMG. Why didn't you get with a sister of one of your rich friends? I'm seeing big missed opportunities in this one. You could have been rich. Uh Only 2 of them have sisters. One of their sisters is much older than them and married with several children. The other one is a crazy crack addict who did have a thing for me. But that's the one you want? Do the reverse gold digger? It's not really my style. Tesla dead? Yep. Well, I went to a good school, Bangham. We admit here in front of everyone that if you have indeed hugged me back, there's no proof. Hugs are eternal, up or down. Hugs are always here. I mean, the hugs are always there. I'll agree with that. You think the market has one more leg up, or should I sell these Apple calls that are up 100%? What do you think? Maybe set a stop, protect your 100%? No, I don't have any student loans. I had a scholarship. I just got student loans for extra money, but I've paid them off. Unfortunately. Otherwise, I definitely would have been qualified for. Well, actually, I don't know. Do they base the qualification for forgiveness off your current income or your former income? Last year? Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. I would have had to pay them off anyway. Took out student loans to party in Europe for 7 weeks. Now you guys are going to pay them off. Nice. I hope you had fun. No, nothing interesting is going to happen on Fubo. It could go up, but who cares? To like what? Like $5? You got to relax. Long-term play, not a short-term play. Gert got the cutie patootie scholarship. That was it, Han. First, I just walked into the bursar's office and they were like, this guy. Give it to him. Long-term thesis on Fubo? They start making money. A lot of it. If they're keeping Fubo under $5, it's because they're burning out short-term speculators who are trying to play a move to 6. Because they think it's a squeeze play for some reason. Copy OPEX, Big Wheeler, Sinus Feeler. And a merry T+2 to you, too. I know it's you, Bob. Who do you think I was talking to? Was that 140k volume candle a couple hours ago a liquidity test? On what? I didn't see anything that looked indicative of a liquidity test today. Most of it just seemed to be based on like index performance. Almost 1,000 likes. Cool. I heard on the YouTube channel Jorking with Gorking that Fubo was a squeeze play. They lied to you. Rich, poor, free chat. Woo. Well used, 8Ra. Are you a little sad when you don't hit 1,000 likes on stream? What should I say to like not have to talk about it? I think Roaring Kitty's the actual Roaring Kitty. He hasn't broke character the whole time he's been here. Right? Like it's too long of a con. Okay. Oh, look, free one. Hugs, friends. I want to see everyone break free of whatever wage slavery they're stuck in. May the holy money printer rain down upon the friends. And rumor has it there's some screenshots of hugs. Shit. Pickle Morty, did you hear about the new 510? It's not same like old 510. But it is a 510. Yeah, most of the put wall is a little farther dated. I'd be and it didn't break down on the last like volatility spike, so I don't know. 350 was a fine price for me. I loaded up pretty heavy there. I'll build out more as time goes on, but I'm definitely okay with like the $3, $4 range. I think the put wall makes near-term upside a little unreliable, though. You were a kid in a candy store. I mean, yeah. Why is Formula One canceled in Russia next week? Putin's just a knucklehead, but not a bad guy. Well, that's a different opinion. Did you have plans to attend Formula One in Russia? Spy about to break out? I don't know. What do you think? No. Rejected at 387. What are the chances of a Rev OPEX next week? Unknown factor. We don't know. There's no. Maybe? Looks good. Got some indication something might happen. According to my January 35 Cs, I have a 30% chance of them going in the money. Zakir, you can just time him out if he keeps that up. I just spoke to the cashier at Dollar Tree, and she just saw Freg 2 days ago. She remembered him from when he was with you that time. Oh shit. Was it Martha? Martha is a saucy Manx. You should have seen what she did when he rolled out his gold members discount card. Quad witching, spy down 2% AM and midday, but swings wild and ultimately closes flat. We did it. We broke 50k OI on Rev Gen 35C. Next stop 100k. Jesus Christ. Same like locking 50% of the float. I don't even know why I read that book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. If TA is useless. Isn't that like a head and shoulders on the daily on M since July 14th? You know, there's a chance that you're just not good at technical analysis. But if it was a Head and Shoulders, wouldn't that be bullish now? No, 30,000 of that OI was already there. Danification of the stock market. You got Jamie Stop set? No. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. I want to know right now what it will be. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. Will it be yes or will it be? Jesus Christ. You know what, Kendra? I just can't today. This coffee hasn't kicked in yet, and I'm too tired. It'd be like 1.5 million shares, right? At 0.3 delta, which is more than almost 50% of the float. Well, the float, as long as Revlon continues to report on their investor relations page that the float is 3.2 million, I'm gonna stick with their number over like brokerages that get their data from like Refinitiv and Morningstar. It's okay, Han. I'm not reading what you're writing anyway. All right. That's not true, Edward Snowdown. HRTX halt for no reason. All right. That's cool. I accidentally put sharp white cheddar on my spaghetti instead of Parmesan. How do you fuck that one up? I gotta say, it's just not quite the same. That sounds disgusting. Ugh. Paragon Therapeutics announces USDA FDA approval of Aponv for the prevention of post-operative nausea and vomiting. Ooh. No, Fuba's not dead. It's like a 2-year play. Just don't. Uh Gross. I don't know if I'm supposed to be asked either. Could you see Disney buying Fubo? No. Maybe. I don't think Disney wants to align themselves with online sports betting. I just want the market to push up hard to 38.95 right now. Gurk, please, Fubo intraday thoughts. What are we seeing right now? Nothing. It's dropped a bunch. Shorting? Put buying? Puts closing in the money that are at $5. A good buy opportunity if you're so inclined. This is free, so free. Thanks for being fun and informative. Thanks, John D, for being a billionaire. Rev? Oh my god, guys, Rev's almost $6.50 again. Holy shit. Maybe they have ESPN by it. Don't worry, all the Fubo people are freaking out that it got a green candle too. I am still bullish on Rev. How many is this MOASS events have you witnessed in the past year? Go to the minute chart, count all of the green candles on GME. That's how many. Below 650, I double my rev shares. Above 650, I sell it all. That's one way of doing it. So it's all your fault, is what you're saying. Why Gurk all lurk and no smirk? Fuck the brags. P.S. What do you think about DRS? I heard you out of at least 2 shares locked up. That's false. That's FUD right there. Yeah, but I do agree. Fuck the brags. It's interesting that that's coming back into the plot line. Hate the phrase FUD. You and me both. Are you inherently biased? No. I try to carry as few biases as possible. What's your advice for being better at trading both ways? Just don't get attached to the stocks you're trading. People need to stop treating stocks like they're a family member or long lost child. They're just stocks. When the fuck did Ko-Fi stop fucking censoring the word fuck. Didn't it censor the word crap last week? Yeah, Ko-Fi's getting a little conservative for my tastes. Peefy is okay, I guess. You know, that was option number 2. It was still going to be spelled the same way, but we're going to change the name of the show to Touch My Peefy. And we decided that that wouldn't pull well with audiences, so BlackRock pulled back. I mean, we decided not to go with it. Nice, Popcorn Trader. See? The market's all about finding loopholes. Nothing very secret about those penises, by the way, Popcorn Trader. Inappropriate. There's at least one person in the world that legitimately thinks Girk works for BlackRock. More than one. That's correct, Bob. That is what you heard. Didn't Girk get a promotion and now he works for Vanguard? Oh yeah, I can say fuck in YouTube chat. Suck it, nerds. That's true, you can, Carl. Congratulations. You've done it. The fact that you want less subscribers makes it clear you're not a shill for BlackRock. Hold on. What if growth of the channel is juxtaposed to my own and personal feelings and I do the bare minimum at my job like the rest of you? What? Oh, so institutions can buy the dip and you can get fucked. Why else? Institutions are out right now rating shares from wherever they can get them, right? They're calling up everyone like, hey, you got shares of HRTX? And they're like, yeah, we got some shares of HRTX, and like, we'll buy them out of your inventory for $1 above market. And they're like, all right, sounds good. And then that's how that works. Hey, I work hard hiding your stream at work. You missed my Ko-Fi. I'm sorry, Patrick Swayze. Did you also get censored? Wait, when? I fucking did not. Ah, you son of a bitch. You got me. Nicely played. Picking up 1 hour to expiry spy calls? No. I don't like the failure at 387.6. Are we going up because internalization? We're rising faster partly because of it. But we're not rising as fast as we should because of it as well. Right? If that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Exactly. How does internalization affect price? Well, it prevents buy orders from hitting the tape, but then subsequently prevents sell orders from hitting the tape. Blind people need an update. 2844. 40, yeah, 44. 43rd. 44, 43rd. Dilly Dillerson. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Guys, give Dilly Dillerson a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon and welcome aboard. How does it prevent it hitting the tape? The orders are satisfied via inventory, not on the lit exchange. I know. But I didn't answer it for you, Bob. I answered it for everyone. I don't give anyone financial advice. I feel like I need to quit Zillionaire and rejoin so you can pretend to be excited to call out my name in a positive and friendly way. Stefan, what's up, man? Kind of a boring OPEC start. Oh, it's not too bad. Greg, I found out yesterday you work for BlackRock Entertainment. Don't ask me how I learned this. It's Castle Rock. Things and stuff are. Welcome to Long Johnson, man. Thank you so much. My 4 Macy calls haven't made me rich yet. What gives, Pickle Man? Did you think about just waiting? Let me give you a hint. They'll never make you rich. Thank you so much, Jamie Rev. OPEC starts where all my GME options are green already is always exciting, right? I'm okay with that outcome. Believe it or not, I've accumulated 1.8 million in my paper account. Did you start with 1.8 or 1.7, or did you start with 2.5? Because Popcorn Trader can show you his real account. I guarantee his losses are more impressive. He started with 100 million. 200K? Okay, not bad. Start with less. A lot less. Challenge yourself. Unless you have 200K in real life, in which case, excellent job. First one subscriber, longtime caller. Try saying this quickly. Padkid poured curd, pulled cod. Padkid poured curd, pulled cod. Padkid poured curd, pulled cod. Why? Also, what a weird tongue twister. I'm ready for the big leads. Let's take this conversation about the 1.5 milli loan offline. My port is the rag to riches story of turning $5 into zero. You won't mod me. I will do nothing. No banning, no timing out, no nothing. I just want to curse and be that much better than the pores. I understand. And one of these days, YouTube will implement a strategy where I could give special chat privileges to different membership levels. And on that day, the pigeon whales will realize their true potential. Do routes on large block orders tell us anything? Not necessarily. He's just too articulate, but his tongue is ready for tonight. Thanks for the warm-up, Gordon Ramsay, Michelin Star Bear. I'm not the fig plucker, nor the fig plucker's son, but I'll pluck figs till the fig plucker comes. Thanks, Moonwind's Ghost. Bullish on daily 1K. Red, yellow, leather. Red leather, yellow leather? Interesting. Chat should be members only. Basically, everyone who's here semi-consistently gets free cornishad from our resident whales, and most of the newbie questions get answered just by listening. Here's the deal, though. We'd never get, like, koala huggers in here if that was the case. Wait till OPEX, and I say things that people don't like to hear. They'll be back, and they're my favorite. Or GME earnings. GME earnings is always a good one, too. It's on the screen, Blue Fire. I can't believe with 2 words and 2 numbers, I was able to remove 60% of the chat questions. Absolutely not, Kendra. MMAT earnings? Subway Cup, stop dumping your money in that terrible company. You can just use it yourself. Stefan. Kendra is inappropriate sometimes. You think? A little bit? You straddling the spy tonight? Maybe. It's hard not to. I have puts and calls already. I suppose I could buy some closer to the money. Or less in the money. But they invented a new light bulb made from Beyond Burgers. Can you read my super chat? Could have glanced at Altria. Thanks, Riku. I own Altria. Nice bounce. It's still a little bit above my cost basis, but I can buy more. Nah. Nice popcorn trader. Someone on Reddit proposed a daily FAQ post where mods could transcribe important things you say to cut down the amount of times you have to repeat yourself. Is that a duck? Thank you so much, Fiscal Stupidity. It looks like a duck. I think. Like a rubber duck? Yeah, generally shit like that forces me to repeat myself and correct it more often than I would like. So, yeah, I prefer if people would not make up synopsises of what I say. Then I don't have to play telephone correcting the information on the other side for months on end. No radish? It's a pigeon. Oh, nice. So unfortunately, I mean, I can see the full thing on Ko-Fi probably. Oh, okay. I kind of see the whole thing. It's a turkey. It's a pigeon whale? I know, I'm just fucking with him. When's a good entry for October FTDs? Did they open options on it yet? When a new emblem for people who've been members for longer than, say, 14 months? Huh. I'll have to think about it. What's going on with the new house? Nothing. I haven't even been there. I mean, it's, I assume, still standing. Rev's just trying to ensure that it closes at 660 again, that's all. I've been locked in meetings and phone calls all day and haven't been able to listen until the last bit. Hopefully you got all your smack talk in before I can hear it and clap back. Yeah, I'm all done. Will your buddy ever buy back his collateral house from you? I don't know. I went over to his house last week. He's home. He was trying to like play off to his wife that he sold it to me for cheap and that like I wanted it, which is really awkward because I totally told her everything that happened while he was in rehab. Um but we both awkwardly played along. But as far as like a one-on-one conversation with him, I haven't had one of those yet. Yeah, it was weird. It was big, awkward as fuck. And their kid was still a piece of shit. God, what an that child, man, is just gonna grow up to be the fucking worst. See, that's a pigeon whale, right? What was her incentive to play along? I'm not sure. Everything's cool. You got the bagels. Yeah, that was odd too. How old's the kid? 3. He's 3 years old. He's the fucking worst. There's no hope for him. No, I know, but he's not gonna get any better. He called his while I was there, he called his mom a bitch, squirted chocolate syrup all over the kitchen, and then screamed and banged his head on the floor because they turned off the TV. So you've either known this guy a really long time or very little time. I've known him a really long time. Like more than 10 years. No, he's not fucking autistic at all. He's just spoiled rotten. He's spoiled rotten, and his parents leave him all alone all the time with like various caretakers who will only work for them for a few weeks on end. Why didn't they verbally abuse him? I don't know. Greg, I'm embarrassed to say this, but when I make my wife clap them cheeks, I always try to fart and blame it on her. It's okay. This is a safe place, Kendra. Why didn't you verbally abuse him? Not my kid. Does your friend know you talk about him here? I don't know. Nothing I don't say to his face. Oh shit. Bipolar bear. Dude, we're above 650. Why exactly is this a safe space for Kendro? I don't know. He seems like he's crying out for help. Was that the kid who fed chicken nuggets even though his parents were raising him vegan? No, that was a different kid. And I didn't feed him chicken nuggets. He asked for chicken nuggets. I wasn't like, here, I'm going to feed you chicken against your parents' wishes. He was like, I want some chicken nuggets. And I was like, all right. Clearly, he's had them before. Is this the same kid that gave you the rhinovirus? Maybe. That's okay, because chicken nuggets are not meat. I mean, yeah, right? Like, barely. Imagine raising your kid vegan, then wondering why he's got low T. Don't talk about Carl that way. Only I can talk about Carl that way. No, Bipolar Bear sold. Now he bought back. And he sold again. Whew, that's a lot of trading. Pigeon Whale motto: give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Why is Jimmy doing so much better than other basket stocks? Because it's dope. Girk, tell you what. Pick what for you? Does Jimmy close above or below VWAP? For its stock that's been flat as fuck, Rev sure gets my adrenaline going. You know why? Because you know one of these days it's gonna break 650 and it's not gonna stop. I just started my D&D journey. Oh man, you need to go back to work. Nice, man. Don't say that so suggestively. I didn't. Or did I? Bourbon or rye? Whiskey. I don't want the other ones. Bourbon. But I'd rather have whiskey. Or vodka. You know, I've really just picked all these OPEC stocks so that afterwards I can listen to the complaining about whichever one doesn't run. I'm excited. It's going to be one of them. It's not going to meet expectations, you know? And then, it's going to be great. Is the Macy's play for early next week OPEC settlement? It might be. What do you think? It's gonna be M. Yeah, because, like, the poor one, right? Like, the one with the cheap options. It's always the poors that get fucked. Did anyone ever figure out why Roaring Kitty was putting GameStop logos in videos? You can ask him. He's in here. Just add him. For Loco over Steel Reserve, definitely. Macy's is a good girl. Are you renting a car? Why? I own a car. Why would I rent one? Also, why would I take my car? I'm not gonna walk all the way over there and get sweaty after I get dressed up. Why does everyone think I'm crying for help? I never tie the knot like a Boy Scout when I do David Carradine. Plus, buddy system is the way. My dogs Julio Jones and Chief Keef are always by my side. Man, that's a lot packed in there. Mirror Universe, Kendra Wilson. Today I went to the store and ate some vanilla frozen yogurt. It was delicious and a great me present for finishing my book. I'll see you later after my walk in the park. See, where's that, Kendra? Man, we really fucking screwed the pooch when we killed Harambe. No, I'm gonna call his dog Julio. That's what he told me to call it. It's not Julio. Lorenzo, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Is your current car a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 door? It has 4 doors and a trunk. Rip to all the regards who followed those dumb Getty Wall Street bets bullish posts. Oh yeah, I remember that. Does it have mirrors? You'll need them. No? I don't have to put my car in reverse. How fucking dare you? The parking lot attendant brings me the car, pointing out of the garage. I drive it to my destination, and then I drive it back into the garage, and then he fucking deals with it. Pores. I haven't been able to watch it all or even look at my portfolio this week. OPEC's still a go. Still looks good to me. The parking attendant. A real rich person has a garage that spins the car for you. Ideally. I don't have a garage though, because I live in a city. I mean, some people have garages here, but it's pretty rare. He's like a doorman for the cars. Yeah, but he's way cooler than my actual door guy. We went drinking one night. Like, he was getting out of work and I was picking my car up. And we were talking. And then we got kind of drunk. I don't know what happened to him, but I left him at that place we went to. I think he still works at the parking garage, though. You guys don't do that? You know, just like hang out with people you interact with in your life? You should. He's not in the freezer. I mean, like, common people? Why? Well, because. Have a drink with me in hand tonight, Girk. I don't know who you are, Isaac. I'm curious how you did on your GME calls you bought earlier. The 0 DTEs? I made like $20. When you get donations, do you see their full info? No? I mean, like whatever they write, I see. I know you have, but it's fun to give you shit. I think thank goodness you don't know that I'm a citadel plant sent here to distract. Sorry, only pigeon whales get discounts on covered calls. Girk knows who I am, I think. Yeah, after aggressively messaging me your Instagram for like the first 3 weeks that I was running the stream, I do. I do, in fact, know who you are, IRL. No matter how tonight goes for your date, just remember we're all here for you. We're all going to be here bright and early Monday morning to ask the same 6 questions. I know. I'll never forget that. Thank you, guys. Can you come up with any negatives surrounding the fact that the majority of Rev's OI is at the $35 strike? Yeah, a lot of them. Hope I'm attacked. You'll be okay. That wasn't even a roasting. Joke's on you, we'll ask on Sunday. It's true. Don't forget, guys, this Sunday, members only stream, kind of open to the public at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be there, or, don't. I'll also be around the next day. Stonk Lover, welcome to Pigeon Whale. You have ascended to glorious heights, far above the poors. May you forever rain shit down upon them. Congratulations, other pigeon whales, rejoice. There is a new Riku.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the devil, he said. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Why don't you call off your date, run away with Han? Instead of you paying for dates, she'll just give you money all the time. No, it can never be that way. Spam mods, mod check, and then you just time them all out. Right? Stop timing out everyone, Carl. You can't just time out everyone in life who questions you. Alright, I'm gonna time you out then. Ah, damn it. I accidentally timed out Chris McPherson. Sorry, Chris. I guess get fucked. Well, I'm not gonna time Carl out now. Then I'd have to reach over and, like, move my mouse again. Fuck that. On behalf of all pigeon whales, have a great weekend, everyone. Girk, make sure you let your date know I paid for her dinner. What the fuck? Holy shit. Is that correct, or is that like Jesus Christ, Peasant Vision. Thank you so much. That's a fucking, yeah. That's a pigeon well flex. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna time you out, Carl. Thank you so much. I think you got enough to play a demonetization song. Yeah, probably. Oh no. Oh, we got started again. Please let her know I paid for the Trojans. Thanks, Quarter Pounder. That donation was so big it gives me low T. That was fucking crazy. Eat it, YouTube. Louder?
Jimmy used to be the best stonk. Kenny's been on strike. He's down on his luck. It sucks. Yeah, trading's tough. Gabe works the diner all day, working for his man. He brings home his pay with debt, with extra debt.
We'll just move to Twitch, user.
Exercise the options we've got. It sure as hell makes a difference if we do not. We've got each other, the 510 gang, and we'll be fucking rich. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, pull costly like share. Buy my puts, we'll profit, I swear. Whoa, pull costly like share.
Oh my fucking god. There was a reason I never played this before. What's up, BMG? Now that guy fucks all the wives. Yeah. God, fucking Bon Jovi. Stuck in my head for the rest of the day. You got me, Taryn. You got me. Love you big time. Love you long time. Thank you so much. Now you have enough money to take her somewhere fancy like Red Lobster. Thanks, Frat. Notes were excellent. What a great way to close out the day. Earworm for sure. Thanks, Mr. Goat. That's what I call music, volume 69. Pontiff of WAP? Hi, bye. New here. Can you play something about AMC, please? I could. It's, I don't know. It's, the holiday theme doesn't fit today. Ban him for talking about AMC. Rev squirting a little bit. Just into close though. Ding ding. The day is done. Thank you guys all so much. Yeah, members only stream this Sunday, 12:30. We got a nice bounce, pretty much market wide into end of day. Few things moving up into after hours. Looking kind of interesting. SPY moved back up to the, well, I'm not looking at the SPY, but SPX moved back up to the 38.77 level right before close, closing at 38.73. I think this is the first part of that put capitulation. We'll see more of this realized next week as more and more puts are closed off. This looks like a great setup though. I mean, everything went as expected, so I expect we'll see some OPEX next week. Maybe. Looks nice. Looks nice. I'm going to be here for it. Maybe you guys will too. Either way, we'll find out. It's about time we make some more money again, right? So confident. I mean, all I can do is buy calls. Have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you guys so much.
This is CEO of AMC, Adam Aaron. And when I'm not stealing money from poor people, my stockholders, or enjoying the money I stole, I'm listening to Christmas music while I count my $20 million bonus. I wrote this song. I hope you like it. Power to the AMC.
AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And Adam Aaron is a big fat slug. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And Adam Aaron is a big fat slug. He wants to take all your hard-earned money. He wants to take all your hard-earned money. He wants to take all your hard-earned money, then bankrupt all your stock. He wants to take all your hard-earned money. He wants to take all your hard-earned money. He wants to take all your hard-earned money, then bankrupt all your stock. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And you're gonna beg hold until it's done. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And you're gonna beg hold until it's done. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS, but you picked the wrong stock. I'd love to wish AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And Adam Aaron is a big fat slug. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And Adam Aaron is a big fat slug.
This has been Adam Aaron signing off. Stay at AMC even if it drops to $1, because just believe me, trust me, bro. It's gonna rocket.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.